Madam Clerk, are we good to go?
We're ready.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to March 23rd, 2021 Urban Planning Committee meeting. It's exactly 9:30, so I call this meeting to order. Just for information purposes, Councillor Eslinger is speaking at the UN Commission on Status of Women this morning and will join us when she is done there. Until then, you're stuck with me chairing this committee. But before we proceed, I must acknowledge that that the committee meets on traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I must actually, you know what? Let's do a roll call. I see all the members of the committee on, but we will still do a roll call. Yeah, I myself, I'm here remotely. Councillor Katrina.
Good morning.
Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm here in chambers.
Good morning. Yeah, I see you there. Thank you. And if I could get a motion for the adoption of agenda, please.
I think the mayor is here as well, so we should probably, and there may be other.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
No, it's okay. Good morning, and I'm happy to move the adoption of the agenda.
There you go, sir. Thank you. Please vote.
We have
Display,
all the votes.
please. Carried unanimously. Approval of minutes, please. Could somebody move?
I'm happy to move the approval of the minutes for February 26th and March 2nd.
Well, please vote on the approval of minutes. Unless there are any corrections, deletions, additions, etc., etc. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Declare the vote, please. Carried unanimously again. And protocol items. I don't see any. Unless somebody has one. Seeing none, we move to selection of items for debate.
Mr. Chair, if I can go ahead. Sorry, I can't click on.
Please go ahead.
I will select 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, and 6.5.
6, 2, 6, 3, 6. Good. And Councillor Katrina?
No, everything's fine.
Everything okay. Mr. Mayor?
Well, I'm good.
Thank you. So I think there is only one item
I will
that
happily
has
move 6.6.
6.6. Thank you. Please vote.
Sorry, it's not coming up for me.
It should be coming through right now.
Okay, here it is. Thanks.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Okay, the next item is request to speak.
I'm happy to move those if you would like.
Please do.
I will move under 6.4, the Transportation Network Performance Indicators. We hear from Daniel Grist from the Energy Transition, Climate and Resilience Committee, and Camille Jasper-Fabier from the same committee. And then on item 6.5, the shared parking impact, Elaine Solas from the Windsor Park Community League.
Please vote on hearing from the speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Carried unanimously. Madam Clerk, do we need anything specific to time?
Mr. Chair, I think we've had a request from the speaker on 6.5 to go first item of business. We also had a request from the two items on 6.4 to go at 1:30, but we already have an item at 1:30, and I don't know if we have enough to fill the full time of the morning if we move them to the afternoon. So we've done a little bit of discussing here, and the suggestion is that we make 6.5 first item and 6.4 second item this morning.
Okay, as stated, 6.5 first item and 6.4 second item.
So if that's okay with everybody, I'm happy to move that, but I thought I would check it with others first.
I am good. However, there are no speakers on 6.4. Are there any?
Yes, there are. Yeah, there's speakers on 6.4 and 6.5. So it would allow us to deal with both of the items that have speakers that are not already time specific first thing.
Okay. All right. Accepted then, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Declare the vote, please. Carried. So, I must, for the speakers, I must read the spiel for each item. Administration will first provide opening remarks on a presentation, and then the members of the public will be invited to speak virtually using Google Meet. Each will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer. However, speakers may wish to use the timer at home too. When the speaker is finished, please stay on the line, as the committee may wish to ask questions at the end of the panel of speakers. After comments from the public, committee may ask questions of city administration. Please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during meetings, as it creates issues of decorum, provides unfair advantage, and interferes with the live stream. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. If you are experiencing any difficulties, the Office of the City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication. please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or city.clerk@edmonton.ca. My mistake, I forgot to acknowledge Councillor Cartmel. Is there anybody else from the council that I should acknowledge?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. It's Andrew Knack here.
Councillor Knack, welcome.
If you'd like, you can also acknowledge me, Councillor Banga.
Of
Councillor
course, sir.
Thank you.
And welcome to the for this meeting, and thank you for joining us. All right. So moving right along. I suppose item 6.5 is the first item of business this morning. Administration, is there
6.4, Mr. Chair.
No, 6.5 was made time-specific first
Was
item.
made clear. Thank
Yeah.
you.
6.5 is first, please.
Councillor
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Councillor Banga, administration does have a short presentation. Today with me is Lila Peter, the Director of Development Services, as well as Kim Petrin, the Branch Manager of Development Service, and Trevor Illingworth, the Senior Planner in Development Services, and Daniel Borick, one of the principal planners in the same branch. So good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Edmonton made history on June 23rd, 2020 by becoming the first major Canadian municipality to eliminate parking minimums citywide. While transformational change always comes with some risk, it definitely has the benefit to have significant long-term benefits for our city. The report on shared parking before you today looks at the shared parking impacts for high-demand parking areas in response to the motion received at the public hearing for the open parking, where Council directed administration to monitor the impacts of shared parking in high-demand areas and report back with any necessary regulatory changes. Lila Peter, the Director, will now provide an overview of this report. Over to you, Lila.
Thank you, Stephanie. So open option parking and shared parking support the implementation of the city plan by providing regulatory direction that supports compact urban development and multimodal mobility options for Edmontonians. Shared parking and the proposed administrative changes support the reduction of red tape for homeowners and the development industry by providing flexibility in how private parking spaces are utilized. Can we go to the next slide, please? So at the June 23rd, 2020 public hearing, Council passed a motion directing administration to examine impacts of how the opportunity of shared parking has affected high demand parking areas like those around the University of Alberta, Commonwealth Stadium, and Rogers Place. Discussion was also about the ability for a homeowner to rent out up to 3 spaces on their property. Due to COVID-19 restrictions being in place for much of the remainder of 2020, these historically high-demand parking areas did not experience the typical parking demand as seen in the past. This limited the observable data and available analysis. Without observable evidence of negative or significant impacts, administration does not propose making changes to zoning bylaw 12800 that alters the intent of shared parking at this time. Administration will continue to monitor these areas once COVID restrictions are eased, unless otherwise directed by Council. If necessary, further regulatory changes may be considered through the zoning bylaw renewal project in response to observed shared parking impacts. Options could include further restricting the number of spaces a homeowner could potentially rent out to fewer than 3, or eliminating that possibility altogether. This report does propose some minor technical administrative changes to zoning bylaw 12800 to ensure that shared parking can function as intended. The proposed changes, as outlined in attachment 2, will be brought forward to a future public hearing for Council to consider. And that concludes our presentation. So thank you, and we would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
your mic is off, Mo.
Thank you. We'll go to speakers first. Ms. Solette, please.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this report today on behalf of the Windsor Park Community League. Thank you for moving this agenda item forward to accommodate my schedule. I'll be highlighting the key points in the email I sent yesterday. We disagree with the recommendation in the report that no action is needed at this time to regulate shared parking in low-density residential communities near high-demand parking areas. With post-secondary institutions likely to be fully reopened in the fall, our view is that it would be better to be proactive and address expected problems before, in our case, the streets fill up with residents' cars while their on-site parking is made available to students who want to drive to the university and park nearby. Except during COVID, every fall, students knock on doors up and down the streets in Windsor Park asking if they can rent parking. When parking on residential property was an accessory use, this wasn't allowed, so many people turned down these requests, but others couldn't resist the opportunity. Shared parking now allows off-site parking and could leave little or no room on our streets for other residents, visitors, or services like deliveries and plumbers. As such, it has great potential to create friction among neighbors. The photo I sent shows about half the parking available on nearby neighborhood streets near the university is already being used, leaving few spaces for the spillover effects of shared parking. While our preference would be to prohibit shared parking in low-density residential communities near high-demand parking areas, we realize this may not be possible or realistic. Our concerns could be mitigated somewhat through regulation. It would be fairer to other residents on a street if shared parking was a regulated use that considered the impact on neighbors before a permit was approved. Shared parking is similar to a major home-based business in its impact on neighbors. Some residents would choose to rent out all the parking on their property and park their own vehicles on the street. They would realize a financial benefit at the expense of inconveniencing their neighbors. If a few properties on a street participated in shared parking in this way, there would be little parking space left for other residents and their visitors. A major home-based business is a discretionary use that requires a development permit. Before a permit is issued, the compatibility of the use and the impact on neighbors is considered. And if neighbors feel it has an undue impact, they can appeal when a permit is approved. To be fair to all residents on a street near high-demand parking areas, we suggest regulating shared parking like a major home business in low-density residential areas. Some zoning bylaw amendments have been proposed in attachment 2 to facilitate the implementation of shared parking. Our suggestion could be added to those revisions. Thank you for considering our suggestion to treat shared parking like a major home-based business in low-density residential communities near high-demand parking areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soles. We got questions for you, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm sharing your concern about this, which is why I think we did this motion to begin with, to understand what might happen with this. My question, though, about going with the idea, I think we may find that this is not tenable in areas like the university, and I'm inclined to ask for us to revisit this a year from now when we actually know what's going to happen. But my question about going to regulation is, once the permit is given, there's no taking it back. And it seems to me that could get us into an even bigger bind. So, I mean, if we could come up with a system that, you gave a permit that could be removed, I think that would make some sense if problems arose. But I'm concerned that by going with a regulated system, that the thing you're worrying about, which is friction between neighbors, actually may get more complex rather than less. Because there'll be no way to decide beforehand what makes it permissible with one property and not another. So your thoughts on that?
Yes, what I would say to that is that there can be complaints. You know, once there is a permit, a complaint could be filed and investigated. And if there's abuse in some way, it could be, conditions could be put on it, or it could be revoked. But I agree, this is just one suggestion. There may be other ways to deal with it, but we just do feel it needs to be dealt with. It isn't going to be tenable.
I'm inclined to agree, but I also know in that area, a lot of people have been doing it anyway, albeit it's been illegal. So I'm wondering, it seems to me that what we had hoped is at this point we would know more. We didn't anticipate COVID. There's no way to actually understand what's going to has happened in the last year or so. So the kind of year we've had to see the effects of this and to adjust is sort of gone. And I think the most important thing is to repeat that exercise in a time when we actually see what real demand is, and then have a look at what the solutions are to this. Because I don't know what the best solutions are. I think whatever you need to do should be as simple as possible. So, my gut feeling at this point is to revisit this in another year and understand exactly what the problem is and then respond to it at that point. I realize that may leave you with a few months of problems, but any thoughts about that?
Yeah, we're trying to avoid the few
I
months
hear
of problem.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, thanks. I'll ask questions of admin as well on this because I do share the worry, so thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Soles, please? Seeing none, we move to questions of administration. Well, I'm having difficulty seeing.
There it is. Yeah, sorry. One of my machines went to sleep. I think at an absolute minimum, we don't know yet what this is going to do. Is that fair to say that we've had a year which is not a good test of what the actual effects of this are going to be in some of these areas? And I don't think it's just around the university. It's what I'm aware of. I think Commonwealth Stadium, I think some of those other areas where we've struggled with this for years could be equally problematic. And we're not going to know until they're back functional again. So it seems to me at a minimum, asking for another look at this in a year is a kind of wise thing to do. Does that make sense?
That would make a lot of sense.
Because my worry actually is, and I know we also have a larger report coming back on parking in general, which maybe could deal with this, correct? Is it worth looking, and we would be able to look at it in that light once that, I don't know when that report's coming. I know I got a briefing on it the other day.
We're working on it, and it's coming forward in May.
Okay, so in May, whatever choices are begun to be made in May actually affect this in a different kind of way, correct?
Potentially.
Because, this really also speaks to a certain extent to the next report. My worry, understanding the university situation, is one of the reasons the university has restricted parking is because they don't want people driving there. And it seems to me, given everything we're doing, and I think this is probably just as true of LRT stations where we're going to be putting restricted parking on because we don't want people driving there and taking the LRT the last stop, that if we make it too easy for this to happen, it may actually be counter to some of the things that we're trying to deal with in terms of mobility. That we're creating parking supply in areas where we don't want parking supply. So any thoughts about that? And how we can look at that piece of the puzzle?
Agreed, Councillor Henderson, and that's some analysis we can do when we return in a year with the report. I also think we need to make sure that we've got the right mechanisms in place to be able to enforce it, because we do know that it's happening.
Yeah, and it is, and that's why it'd be interesting to see what actually happens and how much pickup there is. And it's not just Windsor Park. I know that these issues have existed in Garneau, all around the university, and I'm sure there's other areas that are equally problematic. I suspect around any of our hospitals that don't have significant parking, it's similar. Okay, well then I think at minimum we need a motion to bring this back in a year's time. Essentially, it's the same motion. We need to do a review of this to understand what's happened. And then Is it worth putting a link in there to understand that this is not just about parking supply, it's also about mode share?
Agreed, and I'd also suggest adding something about enforcement as well to that.
Okay. Now, our enforcement is going to get easier for on-street parking because we're going to have the automated system, correct?
That's
And that
correct.
will be able to link that to permit parking. I'm guessing the places where we might want to look at doing this are all areas that have permit parking already in place. So we've already put restrictions on our parking. I mean, are there any that might not have permit? Well, there might be some that don't have it yet that we may want to look at, but really what we need to be asking is in places where we have permit parking for various different reasons, should we be considering limiting this use?
Agreed, that is the link, and it is, not all areas would have it permit parking yet. Some of the new LRT stations.
But as
as
you
an
would add
example,
them,
as we add them,
but
yes.
as you add them in, but they don't have it yet because the demand isn't there, so probably there's no market either. But it strikes me that, we, all the way along, part of what we've understood is that we affect the market by offering free parking on the street, and that's something we have to grapple with. If we're truly going to let the market respond to this, but also by offering cheap parking, we're shooting ourselves in the foot in other ways in terms of mode share and all those kind of things.
There's a lot of interconnections here.
Okay, so so my guess then is asking for this particular report to come back in here just to do a double check. Is that the best way to keep an eye on this, or should we be linking it to some of the other work we're doing?
I'd ask the team perhaps if they have a suggestion of how we could link this to the other work. Perhaps Ms. Petrin does. Ideally, we link it with the, but I'm not sure which body of work to link it to. Ms. Petrin, are you able to help with that?
Yes, Councillor Henderson, I would suggest further to the report advancing in May to the Urban Planning Committee around the parking action plan, that we connect it to the work coming out of that report, particularly the residential permit program, as a way to interconnect both monitoring and then coming back with some further changes if needed from a regulatory and enforcement perspective.
So I'm out of time. Sorry, I'll have to come back around.
Councillor Katrina.
Thank you, and I agree with Councillor Henderson on looking at this a year down the road, but just some clarifications on the permit parking. There's some variances as well too, where, for example, at Commonwealth, permit parking is there for special events only. At Commonwealth Stadium, I don't believe there are permit parking for any other reasons. So how does that fit in if we're just speaking about special events? And obviously this past year and this year coming are going to be question marks for that. And also, how does this fit in with auxiliary parking? Because around Commonwealth Stadium, there's many empty, like large lots that people have wanted to use as auxiliary parking for special events. And now, hopefully with the stadium station renovations and getting transit back, there's a need for that on a daily basis as well too, but it's never been permitted for the ones that have applied. So maybe Ms. Petrin, can you see if you can tie that in, whether we're looking at auxiliary parking and allowing some of these larger lots or larger areas to participate?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Katarina. So what the changes are, both current in the bylaw and proposed through the package here before you today, does limit the opportunity to 3. So you can share or rent up to 3 parking stalls. And if you are one of those larger lots, so to speak, that has more stalls associated with it, you would be considered a surface parking lot. And you cannot, those stalls cannot be used if you are a single detached, a semi-detached, or a duplex. And so that's part of the changes that are noted in the report here today.
Okay, and I guess just clarify that for me as well too. I'm not the residential lots. That's fine where we're 1 or 2 or 3 that sort of thing. But there's lots that are actually quite large around Commonwealth that owners have been asking for their auxiliary parking to be allowed for special events at this point. But that demand will increase with hopefully the ridership coming back and around Stadium Station. So any thought about maybe relaxing or allowing more of those larger lots? We're not talking about residential specific lots, but the ones that are quite large that are either empty or have commercial buildings on it, that sort of thing.
So in that scenario, vehicle parking would have to be permitted use in the zone, but I'm going to pass this to Mr. Illingworth to just expand further from the technical aspect of the zoning bylaw.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Petrin, and that pretty much explains it. Vehicle parking does have to be a permitted use in that zone, and if it's a surface parking lot, there's a section of the bylaw that lists the zones in which a standalone surface parking lot could be allowed. We wanted to limit that to certain zones so that it wouldn't be permitted as of right in those lower density residential neighborhoods. So to specifically answer your question related to the parking lots that you're referring to, we'd have to know, I think, the zones that apply.
Okay, and if I could give you maybe one example, the Buchanan Center on Stadium Road and 111th Avenue, Parkinson's care there. They've asked a number of times if they could be allowed to park. I think it's up to 15 in a special event day, and they're right across the street from the stadium or from Commonwealth, and that's always been denied. So, is there a rationale for that? That they would alleviate at least 15 cars from the actual neighborhood parking in the street, those sorts of things?
I mean, there may be a rationale for it, Councillor. I'm sorry, I don't have off the top of my head the address. I don't have the address exactly of the property you're talking about.
Councillor Caterina.
That's fine. And the other example is Norwood Legion, just up the street on 82nd in 112th, where they've wanted auxiliary parking for special events, and they can park up to 40, 50 cars, but yet have been denied that. So those 40, 50 cars go into the neighborhood, which causes the big problem. And yet we have that empty space right there.
Councillor Caterina, I understand your logic. We'll take a look into it and we'll follow up with you with the information on that.
Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Henderson on second round, I got a couple questions. And my question is, I know we did not have enough data, or actually no data, considering what's going on, cancellation of classes at the educational institutes and no events around Commonwealth Stadium. But that concern our speaker, Ms. Solis, raised about the possibility of abuse of parking areas by folks renting their own parking spots to others and parking their own cars on the road. Is there any way we could be proactively work to address that, or are we doing that?
Councillor Banga, I think that's part of the work here before you today. Our recommendation is 3 parking spots, but if committee wishes to direct administration differently in the absence of data, we would change the number in the zoning bylaw through a motion of council if that was the desire of committee.
Thank you. And actually, that was my only question there. Councillor Henderson.
Well, that raises an interesting question, because where we got the number 3 from, because I can think of very few properties that have that number of parking spots available to begin with. We don't want people adding wider, parking on front lawns or any of those kind of things. So how did we come up with that number 3? And that may be part of what's creating concern here.
Mr. Illingsworth could provide some context on that.
Yeah, the number 3 relates to the definition of a surface parking lot. And we had to balance the, like where you sort of draw that line as to what constitutes a surface parking lot, balance something that was reasonable with what might be a practical number that would have, relatively minimal impact on its surroundings in those low density situations. You might say that a surface parking lot in your mind could start at a higher number than that, but we didn't want to open up this opportunity too much in these low density areas. So 3 felt as like the reasonable number that was a kind of happy medium between those two goals.
Yeah, no, I'm just really struggling to imagine how you could get 3 spots onto a single family lot. I mean, we're asking for 2, and it seems like an odd number. I can think, however, and I don't know if it would apply in that situation, I can think, again, in the Garneau area, not so much in the Windsor Park area, that there are walk-ups that I know have been renting out their parking spots at the back for years illegally, that would probably have more than 3 spots. Would they be included in that 3 maximum? Or is it just saying, this isn't specific to zoning, is it? It would be all residential zoning.
This isn't specific to zoning. This is specific to the 3 uses, single detached, semi-detached, and duplex housing.
Oh, it is. Okay, so RA7 wouldn't be able to use this provision.
An RA7 building could share its parking. It wouldn't be subject to this limitation of 3 spaces, though. This limitation of 3 just applies to these low density forms.
Okay. Yeah, the 3 seems like a strange number to me. So if we drop that to 2, which seems like a more realistic number in terms of actual use, what would the consequences be?
Administration would monitor it and report back to committee.
Yeah, no,
through zoning bylaw.
Yeah, it's more about what we think. Obviously we picked 3 for a reason, but I just want to make sure in doing that we don't create some unintended consequences. That's all. And I'm trying to wrap my mind around how many people would be in a position to do 3 in a reasonable way anyway. I'm wondering if 2 is a more appropriate number, given that 2 is what we are asking as a minimum parking standard for most of these zones until we got rid of the minimum parking standard.
From a technical perspective, I don't think that there would be any consequence of making that change.
Now, we'd have to do it. It would be citywide, though. That's the trouble. That we have circumstances. If we said 2, it would apply to the whole city, not just to these high-use areas, correct?
That's correct.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's, my gut feeling is this is going to work just fine in other areas, and there isn't going to be that much demand, quite frankly. It's these high-use areas where there are other consequences that we're going to need to look at. Can I just do a quick check back on Ms. Soles's thoughts about regulation and whether or not there's anything there that would give us some room to move on this, where in certain circumstances in high-use areas or areas where there may be high use, that we might be able to put another look on this?
I can take that question, I think. I think that regulating parking through permits would create some additional challenges. Administratively, it would require a new permitting process. So I think there would be desire potentially to look at that number of spaces versus a permitting process. And as was pointed out earlier, once you permit something, you embed that permission in. The other thing to reflect on is that the on-street and the on-site parking work hand in hand together. And so we do have on-street regulations and programs, and then we have the on-site parking oversight as well through this limit of 3. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but there are different components to it and challenges if we start to regulate.
Okay, my experience is if you make things too complicated and patchwork them, they just get worse. So that's why I'm a little bit nervous about going down that road. But I do think there's very likely to be an issue here. Be nice to know what it is and how best to respond. So I'm maybe inclined to say let's try it at 2 and see what happens, rather than at 3, and then bring a report back. I'm sorry I'm out of time again, but I'm not seeing anybody on. Shall I just do another round?
Please keep going.
So the one other option would be to refer this item to come back with the larger parking report, which would, but I'm not sure there's any real value in that. I think we need to find out what's actually going to happen here. So I think asking for it back in a year would be pretty good timing for understanding what will happen, given that a lot of these things will go back into operation. We may not know what's going to happen in the stadium, but we'll certainly know what's happening around the universities.
Agreed,
By
within
this
a
time
year that
next
would
year.
give us that.
Okay,
give
so
us that data.
I think I think I'd like to put a two-part motion forward that we go with a 2 maximum, since we have to do the bylaw revision anyway, and that a report come back within a year. So, Madam Clerk, do you have something sort of ready for me?
We'll draft something.
Okay. So that would be my motion. 2 parts. One that it be revised for a two-car maximum, 2-space maximum, and a second part that administration return in a year with analysis of the effects of this.
We have some wording drafted for part 2. For part 1, would that require a bylaw?
We're doing the bylaw change anyway, I think.
Okay.
So if they would bring back a change to 2 when they come back when the bylaw comes back to us, because there's bylaw revisions that are coming back to us anyway, correct? Yeah.
That part 1 would need to go up to council if it's directing something that would come back through the bylaw.
Well, the report must be going up to council anyway then, because there is, part of this is telling us that we're getting bylaw revisions coming back.
That was administratively driven. If we're giving specific direction to admin to include the 2 spot, we'll
Okay,
just send
so
it up.
be it.
So where you sit, Councillor Anderson, right now?
Just waiting for the wording of the motion, which I have moved. So we're just getting the wording up.
Thank you.
And there was a third part about enforcement, was there not?
I have some wording included in part 2 related to the enforcement
Great,
as well.
thanks.
It's just coming up now.
I move that the administration include, sorry, it's a little bit small for me to read. Let me get it on my other screen. The administration include in future zoning bylaw amendments a maximum of 2 parking spaces. That administration provide a report in 1 year's time with an update on the impact of shared parking on affected high-use areas, including information on enforcement.
Councillor Henderson, that was it. I thought you mentioned a third part to this too.
No, I think the third part was the enforcement, and I think it's in there embedded in the second part.
Okay. And my question to administration is Q1 2022. Is that a reasonable amount of time?
So part 1 would go forward to the June public hearing, and part 2 I would suggest we're in Q2 right now, so Q2 2022 or Q3, because that will allow us some more time for some data collection associated with this motion.
Okay. Councillor, do you satisfy?
I think it doesn't matter a month or 2 here or there. It's not going to kill us. We need good enough information to understand what's really happening here. So
Okay.
I said 1 year, but which would make it Q2.
Fair enough. Anybody else wishing to ask any more questions of administration?
Yes, to the motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please go ahead.
So, Ms. McCabe, the auxiliary parking question, does this, would it fit at all into this motion, or that in your mind is separate altogether? I thought you said you'd look at it and see if that fits somewhere within this work that's going to come back in a year or so.
Councillor Katarina, I believe that it would be separate, and perhaps
Okay.
let us take a look at that, and it might be appropriate to look at a motion coming out of the May parking report associated with that. So if you can let us do some work between now and May on that, we can get you that data and figure out what the right mechanism is if there are any changes required.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Anybody wishing to speak to it before I go to Councillor Henderson for close? Seeing none. Councillor Henderson.
I'll just be really quick. I do suspect that, certainly in some of the areas, certainly Windsor Park, Garneau, some of the areas around the university, this is going to be a concern that we're going to have to deal with. But I think it'll be fine elsewhere. How we make exception in those areas is going to be the really tricky thing. We've patchworked other bylaws in the past, and it has not actually created good policy. So I would just as soon understand the real true nature of the problem and how this plays out, so that we can come up with the cleanest and most effective way of dealing with this. But I do think we need to keep an eye on it, and hopefully it's not a problem. I mean, if it's not a problem, I think that'll be great. I suspect there will be some concerns here, but we really need to understand them in a larger context, and it's impossible to do that right now. So as much as I think it may create a little bit of temporary pain for neighborhoods, I think this is the better way of dealing with understanding the nature of what happens here and then coming up with the most appropriate and cleanest and simplest exceptions to it. I do suspect we will have to come up with exceptions, but we need to get it right. So I think this is the best way of us getting there. And in the meantime, by going to 2 instead of 3, I think it will minimize the situation. Although, again, as we know, enforcement's going to be an issue. Enforcement's been an issue up until now, and it's been illegal for years. So it hasn't stopped people doing it. So this we'll know in a year. A lot more information, hopefully, and we'll be able to respond appropriately.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we need to still receive it for information at this time, or this casted motion is going to be all?
This motion will be sufficient to deal with the item.
Good enough. On the motion before us, please vote. Display the vote, please.
We're just waiting on a few votes to come in. Councillor Katarina?
It's a yes for me. Won't accept my vote.
And Mayor Iveson?
Thank you.
I'm gonna get back in, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Okay. Now this item is concluded, and Madam Clerk, there was, I guess, a note on item 6.4. Were we able to gather those speakers on 6.4?
Yes, I do believe that they are on the line now.
They're on the line. Okay. Item, is it, did we move it to 6.4 to be the next item, or 6.12?
We're on item 6.4 now.
Fair enough. Item 6.4. Administration, please. If there is any commentary on it, go ahead.
Good morning, committee. We do have a short presentation this morning. The Mobility Network Assessment is a holistic citywide review of the mobility network, our transportation network, to better inform investment and policy decisions. The project responds to the needs identified by Council to review the network operations and potential improvements. The work serves to develop recommended transportation infrastructure priorities that align with the direction established through work such as Connect Edmonton and the City Plan, which will set priorities for today with an eye towards the future. Analysis like the one that we're doing for this mobility network assessment will help support broader city priority setting through the growth management framework as well as the priority-based budgeting. This analysis will be an input into those processes. This analysis will also feed into target setting through our enterprise performance management process. Today's report provides an update on the work administration has completed on this project. It includes the prioritization framework, which will be used to develop recommendations for mobility infrastructure investments. There's a number of people here with me today. Nathan Smith, the engineer for mobility strategies, Daniel Vrend, the general supervisor, and Pablo Orozco, Pablo, the senior engineer in our mobility strategies group, and Rhonda Tui, our director in our policy development group. I'm now going to pass it over to Mr. Smith to do the bulk of the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. The City Plan outlines 3 systems and networks: planning and design, mobility, and managing growth, and this project focuses on the mobility network. The City Plan also outlines 4 levers of change: policy, partnerships and advocacy, incentives, pricing and subsidies, and infrastructure investment. This project focuses on the infrastructure investment lever, including an evaluation process for assessing how well mobility investments support City Plan outcomes. This project works to support the process and service delivery aspect of the City Plan implementation approach by developing a framework to inform, prioritize budgeting, and infrastructure delivery. This project also supports data and measurement by informing measures that will be used to track mobility system performance. Next slide, please. The mobility network assessment includes 3 main components. The first is the development of transportation network indicators to help us understand and track changes in how the citywide mobility network operates. The second is a mitigation measures toolkit, which provides a menu of potential interventions that the city can make to bring about change and improvement within the mobility network. Finally, the project includes the development of a framework that will help prioritize the mobility network infrastructure investments that best align with strategic direction. This framework focuses on identifying key investments for all modes and considers arterial roadways, active modes facilities, and transit priority facilities. This work focuses on the City of Edmonton priorities only and does not include developer responsibilities through the arterial roadway assessment bylaw. Next slide, please. Transportation network indicators help support a better understanding of the mobility network and how it changes over time. These metrics reflects both operational performance, like travel times, and travel behavior at the citywide level, like overall mode split. Some indicators, like overall mode split or transportation sector greenhouse gas emissions, provide an opportunity to monitor progress towards targets that are identified in the City Plan. These indicators will also inform the development of interim targets through the enterprise performance management process. Next slide, please. The Mitigation Measures Toolkit provides a list of ways that the city might improve or enhance the mobility network. These mitigation measures have been broken down into 3 categories. Policy measures do not involve infrastructure investments. Instead, these measures include the adoption of policies that help support change within the mobility network. An example could be the pricing of transit fares or parking. Composite investment measures are infrastructure investments at many different locations that are implemented as part of a program. For example, a funding allocations towards signal upgrades or sidewalk construction could support localized infrastructure improvements at multiple targeted locations throughout the city. Standalone project measures include infrastructure projects that are focused within a specific area or along a corridor. A road widening, a streetscape project, or construction of a new bike route would all qualify as standalone project measures. Next slide, please. With an understanding of the tools that are available to us, we also need to identify where there are opportunities for investment and improvement within the mobility network. There are many locations throughout Edmonton that could benefit from capital investment, including locations with operational issues, locations that provide opportunities to support the speed and reliability of transit, places where there are gaps in infrastructure for people walking or cycling, and locations that have identified safety concerns. The funding available will not be sufficient to address every location of potential investment, so the Mobility Network Assessment looks to help prioritize the projects and locations that best align with strategic direction. A multi-departmental team worked to develop a prioritization framework that draws on direction in strategic documents and available data. Inputs into the process include the city plan, the safe mobility strategy, the 5-year plan for life cycle management projects, and many others. In the resulting framework, potential projects or investment programs will be scored based on 6 criteria. Roadway operations, which focuses on vehicular operations and goods movement. Transit support, which focuses on alignment with transit routes and mass transit plans. Active mode support, which highlights alignment with the needs of people walking and cycling. Safety considerations, which highlights alignment with the high injury networks developed through the Safe Mobility Strategy. Investment alignment, which considers opportunities for synergy with planned renewal or other funded projects. Development support, which highlights projects that support a high potential for user growth, particularly in the nodes identified in the city plan. Potential projects for investment will be scored in each of these criteria, with those projects that meet most or all of the criteria ranking the highest. For next steps, administration will continue to refine the prioritization framework and use it to score locations of potential investment. This work will also incorporate the potential projects that are recommended out of the ongoing work on mass transit planning. Ongoing work and adjustments will continue to ensure alignment and integration with other work like priority-based budgeting, enterprise performance management, and the growth management framework. We expect to bring another update to Urban Planning Committee on this work in June of 2021. And the results of this work will be used as part of the process to inform the recommended investment priorities for the next capital budget cycle, as well as the longer-term capital investment outlook. City Council will have the opportunity to consider the recommended priorities for funding or consider other priorities as part of the budget deliberation process. Slide, please. And thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. And now we go to speakers. And just for speakers' information, you get a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. And when you're done, please stay. And there may be some questions of from the committee members and or other councillors from you folks. And after that, committee will ask questions of administration. Okay, the 2 speakers on this one, I have a list. And first one is Mr. Daniel Gilchrist. City of Edmonton.
Hello, yeah.
Energy Trans.
Can we take a quick recess? Yeah, we just had one of the computers freeze, please. Yeah, I don't think they can. Councillor Katarina or Councillor Banga, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. We're back now.
Thank you. So I'm looking for suggestions. What can we do for the speaker that isn't here yet?
We're both speaking to the same memo, and we're both from the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee, so it shouldn't be a huge deal. You might just lose a wider perspective. So I'm happy to go ahead, in short.
Any suggestions from clerks and that how do we usually handle it?
You could either choose to go forward now and hear from the one speaker and deal with the item, or you could decide to postpone it until later in the meeting. They had requested for later this afternoon, so that would be one option, or just deal with it now.
Okay, committee members, are we ready to deal with?
Mr. Chair, and I should let you know that Councillor Essinger is here now. She's just signing in. I think it'd be okay to go ahead now. I think knowing what I think the presentation is going to be, having heard it at the committee the other day, I think both speakers, I think Mr. Grist will be able to carry the weight on this and will not be undermining the message that they need to send us by only having one speaker.
Okay, and I guess we'll get to go with the speaker and the only speaker that we have right now. And in the meantime, I'll yield the chair to Councillor Esslinger.
Thank you very much. So we will have, is it Daniel that's available to speak? Please go ahead, Daniel.
Yes. Okay. So hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Grist. I'll be speaking on behalf of the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. So we're happy to support the motion. The city's shown itself to be very forward-thinking by putting together a network mobility assessment project, and having a streamlined package of processes and tools is a really cost-effective and informative way to optimize the mobility network. Adding in the performance indicators is a crucial step that will allow the city to stay on track with its targets out in the city plan and commitments under the Edmonton Declaration. And these are obviously targets that can't be missed. However, we would like to make a request in that the proposed process does not make meaningful project decisions based on carbon emissions during the entire process. So high-level emissions are analyzed at the end of the project to check if the projects are meeting city goals. However, this misses a key opportunity throughout the process to analyze and compare technologies and approaches based on carbon emissions. Carbon emissions could influence decisions in a similar manner to economic costs, for example, which are compared with increasing accuracy at each stage of project progression. With 7 years of carbon budget remaining, and with 1/3 of our emissions coming from transportation, it's of the utmost importance that every decision made is the best possible decision from a carbon perspective. When we consider that vehicles and transport projects have life cycles decades long, 10, 20, maybe 50 years, we don't have the 7 years of carbon budget remaining to think and come up with solutions. We're spending this budget today. So this is one of the reasons detailed metrics throughout the process and comparisons are important. By excluding this granular emissions understanding, we are potentially missing incremental carbon savings that may see us succeed where we would otherwise fail. We're blinding ourselves to all the possible carbon outcomes of a project and giving ourselves a yes-no decision point at the end. These metrics will also be extremely useful for other decision points. In Edmonton's 2020 mass transit study, city administration projected that autonomous vehicles will become a factor in the next decade. This is just one of a multitude of disruptive technologies that will change the face of mobility in the coming decade. How are we to compare the mobility methods of today with those of tomorrow without detailed and accurate metrics? Or how are we to quickly and nimbly incorporate new mobility technologies without these same metrics? As the areas of transport sector decarbonisation expand, we will also see an increasing need for carbon accounting metrics so we can compare the impacts of decarbonising logistics with transit or personal vehicles with rail. Now is an opportunity to create and incorporate meaningful emissions metrics throughout the entire network mobility assessment process. Doing so today will pay dividends in the coming decade, ensuring we meet our carbon emissions goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we do have some questions for you. I'll begin with Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Grist. That's helpful. I caught some of this conversation the other day at the committee, and this is helping to flesh out the concerns a little bit. Just though, for clarity in my mind, it strikes me that what you're asking for is consistent with our expectation that we start making decisions using carbon budgeting as well as financial budgeting. Correct?
Yes. It is. I mean, my understanding of the current process is that carbon emissions are accounted for at the end of a project. So several decision points are made along the, increasingly granular decisions are made throughout the project process. At the end, carbon emissions are accounted for compared to city goals.
But that doesn't,
obviously,
but that wouldn't help us make decisions along the way. That would just tell us what we've already spent. If it's about deciding whether to spend it or not, what you're suggesting is the sooner we know that information, we can make decisions on if we want to spend or if there's a way to save, correct?
Exactly, from a carbon perspective. So, for example, at the initial stage, if we had go-to metrics, the same way, I guess, that there's an incorporation of a toolbox, like a library of options in the process. If we could incorporate carbon decision points at each stage of the project, we could potentially go a slightly different direction that would give us, a percentage of increase in carbon emission savings rather than just a calculated carbon emission saving at the end. And obviously then that ties into all the other benefits that potentially come from knowing that more granular carbon emissions understanding of the projects that we're completing, is that we can perhaps incorporate new technologies or stuff like that easier.
So this would allow us to test different options against one of the factors, which is our carbon goals, as we went along, rather than just waiting to the end and counting up how much we'd used, correct? It would give us more options. It would give us another lens to test options early in the process. That's what you're suggesting?
Exactly, yes. Yeah. And I mean, today, when really the only options are the electrification of transit that the city's already doing. The city's doing a fantastic job. But if we want to look ahead, well, today we could make potentially, percentage savings in emissions. But as more options come to the plate and we're comparing with different technologies, we really need to have these metrics to be able to make those decisions nimbly and quickly, which is really what we need to be able to do.
Great, thanks. That helps to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Grist. I do not see any other questions for you. I really appreciate you speaking up today, though. Thank you very much. And we're going to turn our attention over to questions of administration. I want to say thank you very much, Councillor Banga, for chairing up to this point. So we'll clear the board and we'll start with questions of administration. And we have Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to re-sign on, but it won't let me sign out. So I think this is an interesting question, and I know it did come up, and I know there was a long conversation about it the other day at the committee. But it does seem to me that the sooner we can use, if that's a lens that I think we've all recognized we need to use, the sooner we can put it into the mix, the better. So that it's not coming up with a kind of oops moment, or we can't do that moment at the end of the day. If we can use it as a lens earlier on, that seems to me to tie completely in with what we wanted out of carbon budgeting. So thoughts about that?
Initial thought is that this is one subset of a larger system, our budgeting processes, and the budgeting processes itself, it feeds into our priority-based budgeting and our carbon accounting. But perhaps Mr. Rend or Ms. Toohey could add some additional context to that answer.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, absolutely understand that accounting for our greenhouse gas or carbon emissions is one of the key strategies required in moving the city forward. Certainly did take into account environmental strategies and greenhouse gases. And the conversation with the committee, was useful to provide that feedback and sort of thank them for that input. We are trying to trying to get our measures to the right level here, and this project is about prioritizing the locations, and it's difficult to fine tune the GHGs emitted when we're talking about a location without having a specific project accounted for. So we.
But Councillor Henderson, what I would just add to that is I totally agree with what Mr. Brenda said about the project specific at this point, but the speaker's point about changing technology, that's absolutely something that we're going to need to keep our eye on and refine this prioritization criteria as we use it. Right now, at this point, we're not vetting one technology against another in terms of this bucket of work, but we might be in the next 2 to 3 years. And so I think as we use this, we will commit to refine it to include where that would make sense.
I guess the other thing that I'm thinking, though, is it's not just about location. I don't think, if I understand this, it's also about different modes, and there, to some extent in the past they've been apples and oranges, and we haven't been able to score them against each other. And this seems to me to give us a set of tools that does begin to allow us to do that, if I understand the intent of it. And it does seem to me that in those kind of questions, GHG emissions is one of the things we should be scoring. It shouldn't just be financial, it shouldn't just be opportunistic, that it ties into some other things here. And I mean, I'm not suggesting it, I don't think the suggestion it's the only lens, but it does seem to me that the sooner you can put that lens on some of this decision making in terms of coming up with priorities, the more effective our responses will be able to be. So it really is just, I think, adding another lens earlier in the process is all we're talking about here.
Understood. What we're saying today is with the types of projects that we're evaluating, it won't make a difference in terms of at this stage of the prioritization. Where it really will make a difference is when we start to look at the carbon accounting as part of the larger corporate budget process. So that's where we've focused our efforts as an administration, is really getting that carbon accounting right, because that is a big change for us and a really important change for us.
I hear this is complicated. I get, and maybe I'm misunderstanding just how technical this is going to be, but it seems to me there's a principle here that would be worth keeping an eye on, so that a set of questions get asked. Understanding that the technical side of it is complicated, I get that, and that's an ongoing piece of work internationally, not just us. But actually some kind of statement of intent. And I don't know if technically that upsets the apple cart again. This is about trying to come up with some rigor, and if there's an area that you can't do specific rigor, whether it upsets it. But I just wonder as a kind of principle that's one of the lenses we should be using in this decision making. I think that's a valid point. So thoughts about that?
Yeah, potentially, and agree in terms of using it as a lens. Perhaps Ms. Tui could add about how that could be layered into the technical analysis, if at all possible at this point.
So one of the things I wanted to just make note of is that when we looked at the city plan, that was very much one of the factors we were looking at, is how do we minimize our footprint? And so the city plan itself speaks to that. What we're doing in this mobility network assessment is looking at how can we best move forward the city plan. So we're kind of at a higher level where we are taking into account consideration of emissions, but it is at a strategic level. Now, as we work through the more detailed process, then we will need to figure out how do we actually monitor the carbon accounting. But I want to say it's not that it's not taken account for. It is by virtue of the fact that we're trying to achieve the city plan, which inherently looks at that in a systems way, the way we have our land use and the way we have our mobility network laid out in the city plan.
I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. We will go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. Just a few quick questions about the next series of it. So we have a report coming this summer. that will outline sort of the key framework for prioritization. I want to double check. That's not when we would necessarily know what's upcoming in each of those categories. Is that what exactly would I see? I'm just trying to get an idea of when we would start seeing what projects would be sort of at the top of that list versus other projects that are medium on the list or lower on the list.
Our intention is to provide is to provide those priorities at the summer meeting.
Okay, great. Well then, follow up. Will we see the projects that aren't essentially making the cut? So if I think back to a few years ago when we did the crosswalk prioritization, we had a list of all 659 locations, which allowed council to understand the scope of all of the work that was needed. And then based on the amount of funding we were putting in at that time, we knew how long that work was going to take, which at the time was 30 years. Council then made a decision to actually put in more funding to accomplish more of that work. Will we get to see that level of detail in each of those categories, things that we're going to be doing on roadways, things we would be doing for transit, things we'd be doing for active pathways, so that we can see this is how long that body of work would take if you're using existing funding levels?
We've endeavored to have as broad of scope of intake projects. So we have over 400 locations that we've been working on prioritizing, and can talk about each and every one in terms of how they are meeting our multiple policy objectives.
Right. So yeah, not that I need to have a presentation of all 400 locations, but would we have access to that information to understand what's at number 1, what's at number 400, and then how long it would take us to reach location 400 based off what we're currently doing with funding?
Councillor Knack, just one caution with the list of 1 to 400 is that it's probably more bucketed because it's not as an exact science as 1 to 2, 2 to 3. So we could probably return with something associated with that list in terms of a ranked list, but just a caution that ranked list has to feed into the overall corporate budget process. So it's part of a bigger process, and priority 2 might not be priority 2 corporately.
Absolutely. Yeah. I guess what I want to feel comfortable with is, we've spent a lot of time, really even just the last 2 budget cycles, where take, for example, there have been road widening projects that have been put forward for funding, and then we've deferred them because we wanted to understand where they fall in an overall list, recognizing that even within that body of work, it then falls to a broader body of work. What I guess I'm really hoping to have is to know, if nothing were to change, if we were to continue down the existing path with the current levels of funding, with at a high level the alignment of the city plan, this is how long it would take for us to get through all of these bodies of work. Because I think we had that for the crosswalk prioritization list, and that allowed us to make changes to the process to better understand, to ensure that we could accomplish further objectives that we felt aligned with policy. So I'm just wondering, will I have that sort of similar type of content at what's coming up?
Councillor Knack, let us take a look at it. The challenge with I understand your request. The thing with the crosswalk analysis is that all of that is moving us towards the goal of Vision Zero. So it was very clear in the crosswalk analysis that everything is aligned to the policy direction that council has given us. The challenge with roadways is not necessarily everything is aligned to the policy direction that council has given us, which is the very important point of aligning this work to the overall capital budget cycle, because road widenings in the end may not be the right tool in order to achieve the city plan. And that's a more challenging policy conversation to have. And so perhaps if we were to align the prioritized list to the overall corporate process, we might come forward with recommendations that would suggest removing some of the projects from the list. And if they were removed from the list, then we wouldn't suggest to council that you fund them. So it's a bit more nuanced than the crosswalk analysis. So let us take a look at it and determine and address it in the report that we come back about whether or not it makes sense to put a year to how long it would take to fund all of the projects on the list.
Okay, I'm out of time. I might come back for a second round. Thank you, though.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Thanks for the report. This conversation is not dissimilar from the conversation that we've been having at the region with the Regional Transportation Master Plan Task Force, which was created to review not just the prioritized list of projects in all three buckets, roads, active pathways, and transit, but spent a lot of time, well over a year, establishing policy around how to establish those priorities and arriving at a prioritization procedure. So my question is, will we see the actual prioritization procedure that's being employed ahead of just the prioritized list? Will we have the same opportunity to see how these priorities are being arrived at?
That's the purpose of today's report, is to give that overview, and then the next report would give you the detailed output associated with it, and then the capital budget process would be where the decisions are made.
So we're getting an overview and we're getting the output, but we're not getting the machine that generates the output. Whereas at the region, we're actually building the machine that generates the output. And so I'm wondering about consistency, and I'm wondering about the opportunity to make sure that the council has the opportunity to vet the actual prioritization process. Presumably, we're going to get a rank, or at least buckets, where this is the most important project to deliver first in this bucket, that bucket, the other bucket. But how are we pointing that up? How are we making that decision? I would want to see more than a list, and I would suggest that if we don't see the machine that generates the list, that's where we get questions about what's farther down on the list and why isn't it higher up.
Through the next report that shows the buckets of prioritized lists, we would give some analysis about how we applied what we've brought here today to get those buckets. But it wouldn't be the detailed machine, which is different than what's happening at the region table. But it would give you the ability to ask questions about why in this bucket and perhaps what prioritization criteria helped make the top projects versus some of them at the bottom. So when we bring that report back, we can frame out a bit of how that complex spreadsheet works and the inputs into it.
Do we have that machine now? Do we have the prioritization process in place now?
We're working on it right now.
Is there a reason it can't be shared with council so that we can review that? I'm wondering if that shouldn't be a check-in.
The list is the check-in at the next council report, and the team's working on it. I think it's probably not at a point at which we can share it with you, Councillor Cartmel, in detail, but I'd be happy to meet with you and walk you through the work that we're doing to get to that next report. And perhaps if the team has more detail to add at this point, I'd be happy for Mr. Vrend or Ms. Tui to jump in and provide some more context to that answer.
Yeah, I'll reiterate, happy to, of course, to share how the work is going. As Ms. Cabe is talking about at our next meeting, our goal will be to give council a good understanding of how the priorities are developed and then provide the results of that together. Our goal is to bring those in a timely manner to help inform coming discussions related to, so they can be ready in advance of priority setting and budget work. But we will endeavor to provide a level of detail at our next committee meeting that gives you the comfort that you need. And I'm understanding that you'd like to see a little bit more detail.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that approach, to be perfectly frank. The work we've done at the region, and like I said, that's been a conversation that's been a year in the making. So I'm not suggesting we take that much time, but there was a lot of discussion about what our overall goals are. There was a lot of discussion about what levers you pull to achieve those goals. Do you de-emphasize investments in road projects and emphasize investments in transit? And does that actually give you the results? And that discussion actually led to some surprising conclusions. What are the levers that actually get us closer to the goals that align with the city plan and the overall regional growth plan? So I'm concerned that we're only going to get the list and not get everything in between the list. And this is why the region went down that road in the first place, was because last time it was a list, and it was a list that was just manipulated politically, I would say, as opposed to actually going through a rather pedantic and deliberate process to make sure that we were all aligned on the policy that generated the list. So there wasn't a debate at the end about what was first and what was 400.
Understood, Councillor Cartmell. The next report will have some context about how that prioritization is applied in order to get that list. But Council has had significant input into the city plan and significant input from Edmontonians, and that is what we're using as our foundation for decision making through this and development of the prioritized list, as well as many other policy documents where Council has an input on. However, if committee would like to provide direction today that you would like to be more involved in that process, administration will be open to that direction through committee if you think we're not on the right path.
Thank you. I will move now to Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Just continuing on the same line of questioning, a little bit different, however, is this list of projects and prioritization criteria. Once we have them, let's say, all figured out and set, how we are going to address the change in, I guess, year-to-year operations of what is important and what's not important. Like, what's the measure there that, what's important today may not be important tomorrow?
Councillor Banga, I think that's through the supplementary budget processes where we've got the ability to adjust as we go. And if there's any policy direction change from council, then we would input that policy change into our prioritization criteria, and it'd be informed by that.
Okay, and I guess that's all my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. It's really around how this works with some of the other large projects. Because really we're going to develop a list or how we're going to do our work based on the city plan, and these are the pieces. But we also, one of the things we're doing right now is the Yellowhead conversion. And my example is the safety concerns in around 101 Street traffic circle. So would that now be prioritized based on the safety or based on where it fits with the Yellowhead, or how does that work together?
Both and. So I'll let the team provide more context on all of the criteria that we're using through the process.
So Nathan, maybe you can get going on that, but on some of the criteria that we looked at, and I'll just queue up Nathan so we can get the details ready. But we're looking at prioritizing roadway operations, supporting transit, active modes support or needs. Safety considerations was a key goal. In alignment with investment, if there's an opportunity to do a capital project alongside perhaps a rehabilitation was prioritization, and then supporting development and helping us achieve our nodes and corridors and city plan development goals as well was another family of criteria there. And if Nathan's ready, I'll let him maybe talk a little bit more in detail if you'd like, Councillor Essinger.
If there's more information.
Sure. Yeah, I can run through like some of the more detailed prioritization criteria. So under roadway operations, that looks at things like alignment with primary and secondary corridors as identified in the city plan, principal roadways, freeways, expressways, truck routes, access to major employment areas, regional provincial connectivity, and park and ride connectivity. Transit support looks at locations that were identified for transit priority measures through the transit priority measures study. bus network redesign, routing, alignment with mass transit semi-exclusive corridors and rapid corridors, and connectivity to transit centers and LRT stations. Active modes draws on the bike plan, the missing links that were identified there, also the missing pedestrian links that are identified through the missing sidewalk request list, connections to mobility hubs that have been identified in the city plan and mass transit planning work, and active connections to transit centers and LRT. Safety considerations relies heavily on the direction of the safe mobility strategy. So where locations align with the high injury networks for motor vehicle serious injuries, fatalities, and vulnerable user serious injuries and fatalities. And investment alignment looks at locations that can align with major reconstruction that's planned or minor renewal, future LRT projects that we know are coming, or other is the potential for development and user growth. So that looks for alignment with the major nodes and minor nodes identified in the city plan, and also links that serve destinations that serve low income residents.
So quite the list. Really appreciate that. Thank you. We'll look forward to that report coming up next. And this time I'll go for a second round. We'll start with Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit of a dog with a bone here. I really want to explore why we couldn't add a seventh criteria around this question of aligning. And I do it in part because understanding, and we're going to get this report, that transportation is one of our biggest hurdles in this city in terms of getting anywhere close to our goals on carbon. And I'm really struggling to understand why there couldn't be a seventh criteria there that we could look at.
Absolutely, there can be any criteria that committee would like to add and provide direction on. In our opinion and our best advice, what we've brought here for today is that administration puts our effort into carbon accounting and the analysis associated with carbon accounting, because it is going to be administratively burdensome to do that work. And I hear you, Councillor Henderson, transportation is 30% of our greenhouse gases and a very large amount of our capital budget. I believe 35 to 40% of our capital budget. So I understand where the energy transition strategy is coming from, or that the committee is coming from. I completely understand the question, but right now, in terms of the level of analysis needed to do that detail to add greenhouse gas emissions in for analyzing, let's say, a crosswalk to a road widening, it would be very challenging to do. What are the greenhouse gas emissions associated with adding a crosswalk in a situation? So because we're not at the point where we are analyzing different technologies as suggested by the committee, I think it is challenging to add it and administratively burdensome to add it. We could add it as a lens, perhaps, not as a criteria where we look at perhaps high, medium, low, no change to greenhouse gases, or...
Well, maybe, because understanding, that I don't understand all the complexity in this because it is technical, but I think, and rather than actually saying, go make it so, I think I would like to consider a motion that asks you to go back and look at how this could be added as a lens, rather than being prescriptive to tell you how to do it. But to at least ask the question. So I think yeah, because one of the things I really appreciate about what's here is it is changing our way of thinking about how we make these decisions. And I think it is it does feel to me like this is a transformational document in terms of forcing us to ask a different set of questions from what we traditionally asked. And I think that's one of the questions that I would like, I think we have to get in the habit of asking. So if we did a motion rather than saying do this and said go back and look at how this could be added as a lens, would that give you enough room to come back with something useful? Or to move forward with something useful?
I think we can just move forward. I'm not sure that we need a motion in order to do the work. I would say that we'll add it to the June report, and it would be I'm just going to caution,
Understood.
Very high-level analysis that looks at something like high, medium, low, or no change to greenhouse gases at this point.
I just think it's a discipline that we need to build into our decision-making. And if we don't do it, we will be habitual. and we can't be habitual anymore. So a tool that will at least force the question to be considered, I think, is all I'm really looking for here. So you don't need a motion to that effect?
We don't need a motion to
Okay.
do that. We'll add that in the June report. I just want to say we're not going to do it from it's not going to have high technical rigor to it.
That's fine. It's forcing us to think and ask the question is all I'm really concerned about here, so that it's not something so that we get in the habit of asking these questions as we go forward. I think this is more about our practice than the specificity, and I understand the technical piece is maybe one of the impediments, but I do think there needs to be some, if we don't make ourselves ask the question, we will not get in the habit of asking it. And I think, does that make sense as a kind of what I'm urging for here?
Yes, understood. So
Yeah.
we'll use it as a lens, similar to what we do for equity, and that's being used as a lens as
Great,
well.
thanks. I'm comfortable with that then, and I will trust you therefore to move forward with that and won't bother with the motion.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for the second round. I think I've boiled down my thoughts to one question because I didn't want to dwell so much on the list, but I also agree with what Councillor Carmel was raising. So I guess ultimately what I'm hoping for, and I wanted to double check that this is what we can expect, is that if I am a person wondering why, number one, where particular project X falls within a prioritization list, and why it falls within that list in the location that it does. Are we going to be able to have that type of information when we get this report?
You'll have an idea of the buckets of prioritized list along with how things ended up in the buckets.
Okay.
And of course, we can give you the detailed information on any one project. We just weren't going to bring it forward for the council report because there's a level of because of the detail associated with that.
It's a lot of content I'm at. The reason I ask and I focus on this so much is that the struggle I find, and even still to a degree, I find it exists a little bit within something like neighborhood renewal still, which is that we have a general timeline for when communities are going to see the reconstruction work, but I still find myself getting questions about why are we in this location over 3 years earlier or 3 years later, and I find that having to constantly go back to the appropriate city staff person when I get that question on each of these different areas is time consuming for our office, is time consuming for your teams to be constantly digging up that information and then having to provide it to help inform. So what I'm hoping to try to avoid is a scenario where we're constantly going back to say, here's why this roadway improvement on Winterburn Road is more or less important than, Councillor Banga has raised a number of times over budget some of the concerns in his ward, and we've heard it in each councillor. So how do we eliminate sort of that political push and pull by providing that data up front, that information up front, so that we're not having to, try to, whether we mean it or not, jump the queue over someone else that legitimately has a greater need in the city.
Sorry, understood, Councillor Knack. And we'll look at the trade-off. Our intention right now is to provide the buckets and the reason for why things ended up in the buckets of the prioritized list. As we start to get closer to the June report and we've got this analysis done, we will consider giving you the entire list if that makes more sense in order to show the analysis associated with that. The only thing I would say is to tie back to one of Councillor Banga's questions, it's not a static list. As we learn more, as people travel around the city differently, as new technology comes, so the list could be out of date within 6 months as we need to update that for each supplementary capital budget process. So that would just be my only caution, that if we give you a list and then 6 months later you have a constituent asking you about why is this here on the list, the information might have changed at that point. So we want to make sure that we've got the right information for you when you are providing that, providing it to Edmontonians.
Absolutely, it makes perfect sense, and you know, even now I try to provide that context that things will adjust. That specifically comes up a lot during our crosswalk conversations, and being able to share that and say, here's where we're at today. New locations may be added, new factors may change, and we can revisit that. I find that just helps give people a much greater, that they understand that there is a process to what we do, because there is. You are doing extensive, incredible work to develop this, but when people can't always see that work, that's where I often find that disconnect. So that's what I'm hoping to try to address when we see the next series of information. But that's great. Thank you for all of your responses.
Thank you, and I'll go to Mayor Iveson.
Just picking up on Councillor Henderson's questions about an additional criteria related to supporting greenhouse gas mitigation. I'm surprised it's not here, given this derives from the city plan, and the city plan includes a carbon budget approach. So I heard openness to including it as a lens, but I'm just looking maybe for reaction to the not just sort of a scoring on its own, but you know, looking at this systematically within the context of trying to achieve living within our means on the carbon budget.
Mr. Mayor, it's because it's part of a larger process. This is the body of work that'll prioritize all transportation initiatives, and then they get inputted into the corporate process. So I want you to know for sure we absolutely have our eye on carbon accounting and keeping within our means. And that is part of the corporate process, and administration is very much focused on that. And so our resources are at that second stage of the prioritization. And the challenge technically comes when you're trying to vet a crosswalk to a road widening, as I suggested, and trying to figure out what are the greenhouse gas emission reductions associated with a crosswalk versus a roadway widening. So at this point, administration felt like putting our focus on carbon accounting for the overall corporate budget, which all of these projects will feed into, was the better way to make sure that we live within our means associated with the carbon budget. However, from the discussion here today, we can use greenhouse gas reductions as a lens. And so we'd look at something like the crosswalk and say perhaps there's no change in greenhouse gas emissions. You could go down a bit of a path saying, oh, more people might walk if they feel that it's safer, but we're not at a point where we could do that analysis. And we will compare that to a roadway widening, which perhaps would have an increase in greenhouse gas reduction. So we'll use that lens on the list for the June report. It will not be robust, it will not be technically sound at this point, but it'll be a lens into the decision making. Where we're focused is our effort is on that carbon accounting to have the more robust decision making process at a corporate level. So we're vetting things like greenhouse gas reductions associated with solar panels on a rec center versus a roadway widening, as an example.
Well, and I think we may be saying the same thing, because I think the strategic question, because I'm not sure we want to create sort of green tape make work at the granular project by project scale. You know, these things can become sort of burdensome if applied at the wrong level. I guess if there are different buckets or different categories that you're going to invest in, understanding and allocating resources to those buckets based on the ability to achieve GHG goals strategically as opposed to tactically project by project by project goes to the overall allocation of resources between categories of work. And then within that, you prioritize based on perhaps other criteria, because safety might say, even though you know, someone will argue, you don't want to get to the point where someone's arguing that crosswalk is going to increase emissions because it's going to slow down traffic, even though it's a traffic safety, life safety issue, right? So So it's using the right test at the right level. So I think what I'm hearing you say is that carbon accounting is more likely to, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is more likely to influence the allocation among the buckets rather than, though, and it could be a lens in some of the buckets on project prioritization, but it's more likely at the sort of category by category level of resource allocation and prioritization. Is that fair?
Yes, that's a fair assessment.
Okay. Well, and I think that's to get this right at the right level, because this is drilled down a little bit. That wasn't evident. So this has been really helpful to clarify that for me. I still think it probably should be a lens, and I think the federal government's going to expect reporting in some of these categories. So we may have to do some of that analytics anyway. But anyway, I appreciate the report. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I was really just going to come on to move the recommendation to receive this information with the understanding that I think certain things will have been taken away from this and will come back in the next iteration. Maybe just to speak to it really briefly, if that's okay.
Certainly.
I do think, I understand why we may not have the tools yet to be a little bit more granular in terms of this window, and that the work still needs to be done. I mean, we're not the only ones struggling with that. And that the ability to do that right now might be limited. I think that's part of the point, however, I'll just say this out loud, that the energy transition team are making, is that one of the things we really need is, and I'll channel Councillor Nichols here, is good metrics on this. And that if we're really going to make good decisions going forward, we are going to need those metrics. We're going to need that measurement. We're going to need to really truly understand and not just be guessing in some of these areas. So I understand why we may not be there yet. We are not the only ones struggling with that question of good measurement. But I don't think that should be a reason why we never go down that road. So I think as an interim choice, I think using carbon as a lens is probably the best ability to move forward on this item, but I think there is a second message that is coming from the Energy Transition Group that this is an area we are going to have to move into and we're going to have better understanding of, and not just be guessing. And there probably is future work that needs to happen in this area. So I just wanted to sort of speak a little bit to sort of mention that second message, that it's not just that this is a lens we need to be using in these decisions, but these are a set of tools that we're going to need if we're actually going to be able to make the best decisions going forward. And understanding that we may not have those tools yet doesn't mean that we shouldn't be striving to get to them. So I think that's the second part of this puzzle, that we need to, and once I think we've done the work on carbon budgeting, it'll be easier to come up with this more granular set of tools as well. But this is the second stage that we'll need in order to understand how we're doing and make sure that there's a real attention to detail and discipline around the decisions we're making going forward.
Thank you. So Councillor Henderson has moved this to receive for information. I see no one else on the board to speak to it. So then I will call the question. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
And display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That completes item 6.4, which means we'll go back to the beginning and start with 6.1. There's a presentation. We'll begin with that.
Yes, Councillor, we do have a presentation. I'd like to first, though, introduce our staff delegation for this report this morning. We have Jackie Ford, Crystal Kajener, and Colton Kursab, all in our social development branch. And as you're aware, Colton and Crystal are directly involved in our affordable housing area. We also have, for questions, Kim Petrin and Travis Pollock from our Urban Form and Corporate Strategic Development Department, and from our legal services area, Jennifer Little and Jesse Inkpen. Just by way of introduction then for this report, the report does provide a comprehensive overview of the city's developer-sponsored affordable housing policy and its performance and outcomes. In 2018, the Office of the City Auditor did conduct a review of the city's affordable housing strategies and did recommend that the developer-sponsored affordable housing program, and specifically City Policy C582, be reviewed to ensure that its objectives are aligned with those of administration and, of course, City Council. With that, I'll pass it over to Colton to walk through a few slides. Colton.
Thank you, Rob. Good morning to the committee. Just a note that this report was scheduled for the April 7th Urban Planning Committee meeting in 2020 and was canceled due to the onset of the pandemic. So we've managed to get it back on to committee agenda, and we're happy to bring this update forward. So on this slide, there is an overview of how the policy works. The policy was developed to secure developer-sponsored contributions through the rezoning process, where there is a significant upzoning of a site through the direct control provisions, either DC1 or DC2. Under the policy, administration is required to seek a standard developer-sponsored contribution within the rezoning text, unless it can be supplanted by the provision of a comparable public benefit, such as heritage preservation. The standard contribution is that prior to the issuance of a development permit, the developer must sign an agreement with the city that provides us the option to purchase up to 5% of the units at a discounted rate of 85% of market value. If the developer does not want to provide this option to the city, they can provide an equivalent value as cash amounting to 15% of the market value of the units that the city could have purchased. Although the city has a standard form agreement for these contributions, there can be a lot of back and forth between administration and the developer, both in terms of the agreement and determining if a purchase will occur, even if a purchase is unlikely. And just to give committee an appreciation for that time, depending on the year, we're usually spending between 6 and 8 weeks a year to administer the policy. If the city does purchase units and ready for occupancy, the city contracts the management of those units to Home Ed, where they are rented out at below market rates. And typically Home Ed also spends about 6 to 8 weeks a year to administer these units. Affordable housing's revenue for these units is very modest, much less than $10,000 a year, which is subject to further reductions as the units require maintenance or special assessments. So just a few words on why the policy was created. The history of the city's legislative abilities certainly informed the creation of this policy. The policy was created to respond to a council desire to have a tool, like some other municipalities in Canada, to obtain developer contributions of affordable housing through the rezoning process. The policy was informally adopted in 2006 and formalized in 2015. The policy was developed in the absence of legislative frameworks that could compel the mandatory provision of units or funds as seen in other jurisdictions, which is commonly referred to as inclusionary zoning. As a result of city charter legislation passed in 2018, the city now has the enabling authority to enact inclusionary zoning or a similar policy tool if it chooses. Next slide, please. So I'll speak a little bit about the findings, which are detailed in depth in report prepared by our consultant, which is attachment 1 of this report. So acting on the city auditor's recommendation, we retained this consultant to prepare the report. And the findings are that the program was not cost-effective as other affordable housing initiatives, such as co-funding affordable housing with other orders of government, offering grants to non-market housing providers, and leveraging the city's land inventory by providing low-cost land for affordable housing development. The rate of procuring units through the developer-sponsored affordable housing program has been slow, with only 28 obtained in 6 different developments since 2010. A number of factors have contributed to the low uptake of the units by the city through the policy. Some of these include a weak condominium market that has suffered through 2 significant economic downturns in the last decade and has now entered a 3rd downturn. A number of direct control rezonings failed to even proceed to the construction stage. So that is a factor affecting our opportunity to purchase units. Another factor is many of these developments end up being converted to market rentals, And in this situation, the city doesn't have an opportunity to purchase units when they aren't individually titled for sale. There is also a fundamental mismatch between the type of developments that make use of direct control rezonings and the suitability of those developments for affordable housing. Direct control rezonings tend to be higher end of market. They use expensive construction and architecture methods, and they are typically located on higher cost land. And there are significant amenities on site that contribute to higher sale prices and condo fees, which informs the city's decision not to execute its option to purchase. The findings of the review of the policy have informed administration's assessment, and we note that the existing policy is problematic because it implies an affordable housing contribution is being made on direct control rezonings where none is typically transacted. Additionally, the current portfolio is yielding very little functional benefit in terms of the affordability of the units, and the assets are becoming liabilities due to growing maintenance costs and mounting special assessments issued by the condo corporations. So in terms of next steps, next slide, please, thank you. Administration would like to advance a report and rescind the policy later this year. Administration will also put together a work program and proceed to engage stakeholders in a conversation about approaches and options to replace this policy. Engagement with industry and housing management bodies is needed to inform the replacement approach, which needs to be sensitive to the economic context, which is not only one of increasing poverty and affordable housing need, but also one of economic challenges for the development industry. Administration intends to bring a report on policy options to Urban Planning Committee in 2022 to move towards a replacement approach for housing contributions through the development process. And this concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I believe Councillor Henderson selected this item. Do you have questions to start?
Yeah, I do. Mike, I understand because this has been an imperfect tool since day one because it was, we were creating something because we couldn't create the real tool we wanted, which was the inclusionary zoning. But it was contentious. And my concern, so I understand that if we have the ability to look at inclusionary zoning, that I completely support we should be going down that road. I think for one reason it's fairer. It means it could be embedded in all zoning and wouldn't be dependent on just direct controls. I get that. My worry is the order in which we're doing things, because it is going to be a fight. And it was a fight last time, and I'm really wondering about the wisdom of taking this off before we have a replacement, because I think my worry is we will end up with nothing. And I realize it's imperfect. I can't imagine there's going to be too many instances coming forward anyway. No one's building condos right now. And I think it's been a good practice that industry is now used to. And I'm really worrying that we will be taking a step backwards without having the step forward available to us if we remove this before we have the conversation about what replaces it. So your thoughts on that? And this is probably more a political question than anything, but nevertheless, I think it's incumbent on us to ask that.
So just to clarify, Councillor, then the idea you're putting forward then would leave the policy in place until we come back in, say, second quarter of 2022 with some recommendations for council, replacement policy or where that would go. Colton, do you want to weigh in on that in any kind of in terms of timing? I don't see any obstacles there, but maybe you could weigh in on that one.
Yeah, certainly. Appreciate the question, Councillor Henderson. Our perspective, I think, is clear in the presentation that the current use of staff resources and effectiveness of the policy mean that it is really, it's not a good policy because it's requires a lot of back and forth. And is just not delivering good outcomes. And our continued management of the inventory of the 28 units that we have is showing very poor economics and is probably something we should be displacing into the marketplace so that we avoid further cost incursion. In terms of process and next steps, we do want to engage industry. We do want to talk to them about what the options are. We do want to do that policy scan and come back to committee with a report that outlines what the options are and how other cities in Canada and North America have been approaching this issue.
Because, I mean, our policy has been fairly timid in comparison to other cities that have had the power to do inclusionary zoning in other provinces for quite a while. I just, I mean, is there anything in our policy right now that if, you know, if holding on to these units is problematic, is there anything in our policy that prevents us from selling the units we currently have, for instance, without removing the policy?
This is Jennifer Little from the Legal Services Branch. The policy actually does speak to the disposition of units. And in terms of disposition, the city may sell developer-sponsored affordable housing units as necessary, but they're typically not considered for sale unless all suites in the development offered for sale by the developer have been sold, that the unit has operated as affordable housing for at least a year, and the sales needed to ensure sufficient liquidity of the developer-sponsored affordable housing program funds. If they are sold, the units will be sold for market value in an open sale.
And I mean, a lot of them have turned out to be cash in lieu, I think, have they not?
No, our records indicate that we've only had, I think, 2, maybe 3 units at cash in lieu. Approximately $150,000 has been provided to us, which we put into the housing reserve.
Because that's at the discretion of the, so I'm even wondering if there's a slight adjustment. You know, I'm wondering is the kind of stopgap whether or not we could do a slight adjustment to the policy right now, because I really worry about a void, and that void will be very hard to come back from. So if we can make adjustments, if we can shift to cash in lieu and make that our option, you know, in future zonings going forward. I mean, obviously anything that's built into the existing zoning, we can't change anyway. It's built into that zoning. So this really is only a question of anybody who comes forward to us in the next little while. If we can make adjustments to the policy that can put up a placeholder in there, just so that we're not starting from zero when we try to negotiate probably what needs to be something much better. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, moving to cash in lieu provisions would, I think, be a significant change to this policy, and I would want to make sure we have conversations about that with the industry so we understand what the implications are.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Okay, Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I completely understand the request to rescind this. It's been a bad policy from the beginning, and the results have been horrendous. The costs to the city are unwarranted. So with the changes coming for the following year to implement the inclusionary zoning in that, I'm going to disagree with Councillor Henderson that we continue this going forward for exactly, Mr. Kirsoff, your explanation of this and the cost to us. And it doesn't look like we're going to be in any better shape in a month, in 6 months, in a year because of the market and condos and rental, all the things that you stated. So maybe I'm speaking to this more so than a question, but I think accepting this recommendation as soon as possible would be exactly the right thing to do, and then work on the inclusionary zoning coming forward. So I'd support this for information. So receiving this for information, I guess the question, then you would proceed with bringing this forward to rescind the bylaw?
Yes, we have a couple of options for the process to rescind. We can either bring it forward in an independent, like a standalone report later this year. And the other option is there's a general repealing bylaw that is in the fall of this year. So it could also go that route.
Okay, either or. Okay. Yeah, I would support receiving this for information and leaving it at that at this point.
And Councillor Caterina, on inclusionary housing through the zoning bylaw renewal, that's not a given yet. That's only one of the tools that we're looking at. We haven't necessarily landed on that's the right tool and the space to be using.
Right. Yeah. So again, I think rescinding this is not going to stop you from that other work, and just continuing this going forward is going to be a cost, unnecessary cost to the city and your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. We'll go back to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, and it's that, Ms. McCabe, it's that last thing that's giving me worry, because an understanding we need to do something better here. I don't question that, understanding that this isn't working, but it's not working because it was a patchwork to begin with. And we now have tools to do it right. But I'm just really nervous about moving this forward without also at the same time creating some statement saying that we need something to replace it. I think that's really important, or we're going to have a fight. It really is, it really is just what the best mechanism is to telegraph that there's an expectation that this isn't us saying we're not doing this anymore, that this is us saying we need to find a better way to do it. And it raises some interesting questions about what happens to everybody who comes along in that interim.
Councillor, the other piece just to put on the table a little bit is that as we do our work in terms of next steps, we will be engaging the industry. So the conversation isn't going to go dark. So they'll be aware of what some options might be, what their input could be in terms of bringing something back to council. So it isn't going to be radio silence at all as we do this work over the course of the next year. The policy won't be the starting point, but it'll be where to from here.
Yeah, and my concern is that, just to put it out, I'll be really blunt about this because I remember the fight last time is industry is going to push back tooth and nail on this. And I think we need to equip you with some tools around what that negotiation looks like. That's my worry. And that once we take this away, we lose one of our tools. Because it's not about replacing it, it's about starting from scratch. So, that's more a negotiation question. That's why I'm saying in some ways this is political as much as anything else. I recognize that. But I'm looking for a way that maybe this is going to be a fight with us again, that we need to find a way to signal that this is us, that we have a desire to find a better way to do this, not that we're prepared to back away from it entirely. And I know not all of council will necessarily agree with that. So I'm wondering I'm really struggling to try and figure out how to do that.
Councillor Henderson, I think our intent right now is to propose a replacement approach and to bring a report on options back to committee in early 2022. So perhaps a committee motion could lock that down in terms of our work going forward.
Yeah, that's what I think I would like. It's that piece of the puzzle that I think we just need to signal that this is not us saying we're walking away from this. I would prefer, it's me, I can't speak for the rest of council, that we find a way to signal that this is something we need to find a way to do better. So now what would the best timing of that be? Would that be useful to do with when you come forward with the rescinding motion? Could at that point we have part of that would be a motion to continue rather than doing it here today?
I think that makes sense, Councillor. That would give us time to do the wordsmithing of that, and it would obviously the policy would stay active until that time, and we'll see if that's better in the next few months or wait till the fall.
Okay, well then I'm prepared then to leave this in your hands if you understand my concern. And council's going to have to debate this. I'm just one person, and others may disagree with me. So, but I think it would be nice to be able to signal. I think for council to signal what they would like to see happen next as we take this policy away.
So we can build that into the information that comes back when those other policies and bylaws are recommended for rescinding.
Okay, well then based on that, I'm prepared to move to receive this for information.
Okay, so we've got a mover to receive for information. I see no one else wanting to speak to it at this time, knowing it will come back with that additional work when we come back with the report to rescind. So with that in mind, please vote.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councillor Banga?
Yes for me.
And Mayor Iveson?
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble with these grab today, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
And display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So that finishes item 6.1. At this point, we have a time specific at 1:30 for items 6.2 and 6.3. So we will break for lunch, recess, and come back at 1:30. Thank you all. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Urban Planning Committee meeting of March 23rd. And we'll begin with a bit of roll call. Councillor Banga. We'll come back to him. Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Henderson.
I am here.
Mayor Iveson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Bangler. Not at all. I'm sure he'll join us shortly. I see we also have Councillor Knack. Do I have
Good afternoon.
Do I have any other colleagues joining us this afternoon? Sure, they'll be along if they'd like. I think at this point we'll just continue on. We're on item 6.2, which is the Edmonton Transit Advisory Board. I believe they have a presentation for us. So I'm not sure who from the delegation is making that presentation.
Thank you.
I can't tell who's doing
All
the
right. Is it safe? Perfect. All right. Good afternoon, councillors. Mayor Iveson. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Isabel Hubert-Lyle, and I'm here today representing ETSAB, the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board, together with my board colleague, Brian Shepard, who led the subcommittee that produced this report. So we're going to present a high-level overview of our report on returning safely to transit during COVID-19. So the broad issue, since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, ridership on ETS has declined substantially, just as it has in cities the world over. External changes, such as many workplaces transitioning to remote work, of course, have contributed to this decline. However, it can also be attributed in part to a perception of transit being unsafe. And especially at the onset of the pandemic, there were many concerns around the world that taking transit was not safe and that it put riders at risk of contracting COVID-19. So our board examined the existing research on virus transmission on public transit and what measures can be taken to get more riders using transit again in a safe fashion, and particularly during peak times. Of course, rider safety should be the utmost priority, but in addition, ETS's current funding model relies on transit fare revenue as a key source of operating income. So returning to previous levels of ridership is desirable from that standpoint as well. If we could move to the next slide, please. So for our report, ETSAB has defined safety as a reduced risk of getting COVID-19 while taking transit. And given the amount of information that is already available to ETS from other sources, we have focused on a user perspective in our research. Next slide, please. So the available evidence from around the world suggests that public transit is not a hotspot or a significant vector of COVID-19 transmission. However, to ensure that that is the case, some core measures must be in place. So those include mandatory masking, the disinfection of high-touch surfaces, ensuring physical distancing between riders, and good ventilation and airflow. And you will also see these reflected as core principles in our recommendations later in the presentation as well. It is not only the actual measures that are important, though, but it is also very important to communicate these measures to riders. According to a recent survey of transit users in Canada, which is one of the appendices to our report, a full 69% of people will only ride a city bus again if certain precautions are met. So, for example, if they know that surfaces are being cleaned regularly. And we direct the interested reader to our report here for more attachments and statistics on these topics. Next slide, please. Right, so based on our research, our board, ETSAB, has a few recommendations, which we have organized broadly into two groups. So the first one being safety and planning, and the second being communication with riders. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the first recommendation that we have is that ETS implement dynamic service changes to enable distancing between riders. So for example, by monitoring crowding levels on buses, which also ties in with an aspect of passenger communication that my colleague Brian will touch on in a few minutes as well, and dispatching additional vehicles to alleviate crowding should that be needed. Next slide, please. ETSAB also recommends that ETS research airflow on all models of the current LRT rolling stock as well as on buses, not only to determine but also to decrease the presence of SARS-CoV-2 viral particles both in the circulated air as well as on surfaces. And we also recommend that ETS consider a windows down or all doors open at stations policy, while of course keeping ambient temperature and comfort in mind. We do know that it can get cold around these parts here. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Brian now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Continuing along then on planning safety perspective, the next slide is strengthen the existing mask mandate in public transit. We know that strong public compliance with the current mask mandate and ETS will strengthen the public's confidence on the safety of ETS, without question. Next slide, please. Izzy had mentioned the complying with or ensuring that we were following safety protocols. Excuse me. Ensuring that the recommended necessary safety measures are being implemented and followed, such as cleaning. Ensuring that all of that is done. Next slide, please. Cleaning is one thing, but ensuring that the public understands that ETS is putting a lot of effort into ensuring that transportation is safe, that the trains are well cleaned, that the buses are well cleaned. So what we're recommending is that we spend a little more time, or ETS spend more time in ensuring that the information is out there. We have the Complete Clean Pledge. As an example, one thing we talked about a lot in our committee was when you go to a public restroom, a lot of times there's a sheet up that says individuals, employees have come in and cleaned the washroom or checked the washroom. Something similar with regards to buses and trains, where we actually have a sort of information presented to the public that says, this bus was cleaned at 6:30 in the morning, or this is the cleaning procedure. Information is really important so that the public understands all the effort that's going into cleaning the buses and making them safe. Next slide, please. With the next slide, we had a long discussion about crowded buses and crowded trains, and the need for, sort of ETSAB and the members of ETSAB as commuters on public transport, especially during the COVID time, we're finding that we're looking for trains and buses that aren't as crowded. And so ensuring that there's information out there, real-time data that provides an overview of what the situation looks like on the buses currently on the route we're going to take. Because we know that, or personally, I would be looking for a less crowded bus. So real-time data that shows, that provides information to the public about crowding of transit. And the example we have here is from the LA Metro Transit app, where they use predictive models built on historical crowding data to typically predict what, a bus route, the buses on a bus route, how crowded they are. So it's that predictive modeling. Or another strategy we had was to work with vendors like Google Maps and the Transit app, who basically look at crowdsourcing data from our transit users, where they provide information about how crowded a bus is, and it's aggregated up and then pushed back out through the Transit app. Good information is what people are looking for, and that real-time data is really important. And one other thought we had was regarding operators. Could they provide sort of real-time information on how crowded the buses are that, again, would be shared on our app? Next slide, please. We go on to clarifying the role of the transit operators. We had lots of discussions regarding the role of our transit operators. And one of the biggest discussions we had was on transit operators and their role in enforcement. They are, especially on buses, the only individual, the only employee on the bus. And we had lots of questions regarding what is their role with regards to mask enforcement. Because we know that, as I had said earlier, that it's really important to the public that everyone wear a mask. We know that because we've heard, and again, as from our own group, questions like, how can I feel safe taking transit if the driver seems to be doing nothing to address people not wearing masks? How can I see firsthand the enforcement of wearing masks in transit when I keep on hearing there are bus routes where too many people don't wear masks? What is the policy for operators wearing masks? We had a long discussion about operators not wearing masks, and we understand why they don't wear masks, but I guess that if everyone else on the bus is wearing a mask and the operator is not, the question always is, why isn't the operator? If you don't understand that the operator's behind a plastic shield and there's a reason behind them not wearing a mask, it becomes sort of confusing for those individuals who are getting on the bus, or, well, the bus basically, and being asked to wear a mask. Next slide, please. Communication methods. Izzy touched on it a little bit, and I've touched on it a number of times here, but the fact is that there's a lot of good things happening with ETS and cleaning and enforcing the rules. But I guess the issue more and more is that we don't have good communication. We need to improve the communication. When we look at things like social media, real-time information on our social media feeds that provides insight into exactly what's happening real time and all the good things that are being happening and updated each day. We looked at the advertising space on buses and LRT, and we were suggesting that we should be utilizing those spaces to tell the story, to reinforce the rules, all of that kind of thing. So there's a lot of opportunities with our current social media platforms to make them a little more real time, so the information is real time, and to utilize those spaces on buses and trains to provide more messaging about what we're doing to make transit safe. And then we looked at both trains and buses and the audio announcements and the text-to-speech, providing more information through that methodology as well. Again, about sort of reinforcing the message about cleanliness, about masking, about social distancing, and using that medium as well. And then the last would be the text, the LED text that we find in both, again, buses and trains, and providing more information that way. I see a lot on the front of the buses, wear a mask and all of that, but providing more intel via those two mediums. Okay, on to the next slide, please. Which is the last slide, and it talks about communicate safely, measures clearly and frequently. Bottom line, continuing to reinforce the message that transit is safe, that ETS is doing a lot of work to ensure that the buses and trains are clean, that you should be 6 feet apart, you should wear your mask. So continuing to reinforce all of that, I think will make riders feel more safe. And also then with safety will then come sort of a return to ETS. Just information. Continuing to blanket the ridership, both those that are currently riding and those that are sort of still considering whether they're going to return to ETS. And I think it's just so important to get the information out there clearly and frequently. And we're on to the Q&A. Any questions?
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, very thorough. I will open up the opportunity for questions. Now, so they're cross-referenced, so I should probably get the presentation before we jump into questions, correct?
If you'd like to be able to ask questions on them both at once, I'd suggest doing that.
All right, so what we're going to be, we've cross-referenced them. Just
Councillor Essinger, I think you're muted. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Chambers may be muted. There we go.
Okay. Well, what we're going to do is get the administration presentation, and then we can ask questions of both. I'll give you the blow-by-blow. They're sitting down. Opening their computers. They're
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, committee members, members of council. Thank you for taking the time to hear our presentation, and we'd like to thank ETSAB for their presentation and report on this topic that's of interest to all of us as well as all the citizens of the city. We'd like to just present a little bit of an overview of what we've been working on during the course of the pandemic with respect to our transit service and the safety measures that we've been implementing over the course of the last year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Houghton McDonald, the branch manager of Edmonton Transit.
Thank you, Gord. We're very grateful for ETSAB's work and their recommendations, and we are aligned with their thinking. The work we've been doing to keep transit safe and protect public health has helped us to continue to support people with their travel needs during extraordinary times. From the start of the pandemic, we implemented safety measures quickly and responded as we continued to learn more. We've implemented more than 30 different measures to help mitigate COVID-19 risks over the last year. We are on a path to ridership recovery, and safety and security is a critical lever for supporting people to use transit and make ridership decisions. Today's presentation focuses on responding to recommendations related to public health and safety. I want to note, however, that given our ongoing work, we have another suite of measures and enhancements related to security that also contribute to a sense of personal safety in our public spaces, inclusive of transit. In addition to ETSAB's recommendations, we are complying with the provincial COVID-19 Restart public transit guidelines. We also meet weekly with our transit colleagues from across the country to compare our practices, share ideas, and monitor industry progress to recover ridership. Safety during the pandemic has been in every single discussion we've had. I'm also happy that we've been able to be innovative during a very challenging time and harness local partnerships and entrepreneurs in our city to work on pilot projects, like the installation of germ-killing push plates at some of our LRT stations, and other projects that are underway, like installing antimicrobial seats on our newer trains. It's a learning curve for all of us. It's ongoing work, and we continue to respond and adapt. I'm now going to review each recommendation and highlight the actions that we have taken or that we will take in response. ETSAB recommended several service-related changes. In response, ETS monitors ridership demand, and we make adjustments where possible in using our existing fleet to help minimize any crowding issues. We have buses, and you've probably heard us talk about it in the past, that we refer to as support buses, and they're able to be deployed as needed during service to assist. We've also partnered with Transit App to develop tools for riders that they can use to self-report passenger loads, and that gets communicated with other users. We also need to maintain less busy routes that customers rely on as an essential service. In the new bus network, which launches April 25th, it factors in travel demand to allow maximum capacity for high demand routes. ETS uses existing standardized fleet of transit buses to ensure we meet our standards for safety and comply with all of our regulations. So we have consistent fleet specs, safety and communication equipment, etc., that are needed for delivering the service on the road. These requirements are really critical to existing union agreements and support both our workforce and customer safety. So unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to operationally consider renting or leasing other types of fleet, as ETSAB had outlined in their report. ETSAB also recommends strengthening the existing mask mandate on public transit. Since August 1st, wearing a mask has been mandatory while taking transit or on our property. And since December, and this is a recent update relative to the report, operators are expected to wear a mask. So we clarified our approach, and we've been working with our union partners in terms of implementing this change. It's important to note, though, just like some riders would have valid exemptions, some of our operators may as well. And they work with supervisors and inspectors to navigate through that process. ETS also has automated announcements on board our buses and trains, messaging on the destination signs in the front of our buses, and then we have an extensive campaign involving things like posters, at our transit facilities to remind people of the mask bylaw and to show support for the AHS guidelines. The messaging campaigns were in coordination with the distribution of free non-medical masks to Edmontonians at transit centers and LRT stations as part of the provincial government's mask distribution plan. In total, ETS distributed over 1 million free masks to the public last summer to help slow the spread of the virus. The city continues to take the spread of COVID-19 very seriously. Mask compliance on transit has been continually monitored since the implementation of the bylaw on August 1st. Since that time, administration has educated citizens and transit riders through wide-scale communication efforts, monitored daily mask use on transit through our inspectors at transit facilities throughout the city, educated and enforced the mask bylaw as well through our transit peace officers. And individually on the operator side, we have our supervisors and inspectors doing follow-ups and encouraging compliance with the requirement. ETSAB recommended clarifying the role of transit operators in asking riders to wear a mask. We're continuing to use many different tools to communicate the need to wear a mask or face covering, including messaging on the destination signs, bus shelter advertisements, our social media channels, digital screens in our transit facilities, and most recently, the addition of audio announcements. To minimize conflict and potential for escalations, operators do not conduct mask enforcement. Instead, our transit peace officers provide education and respond to mask-related compliance challenges. Inspectors also provide support. Transit inspectors have been monitoring compliance, and ETS has an average mask compliance rate of 90% on our trains and 99% on our buses. ETSAB also recommends considering visible indicators of cleanliness, like installing a checklist when vehicles are cleaned and communicating what is being done behind the scenes to keep everybody safe. ETS continues to use a variety of tools to reach Edmontonians, and we agree that making people aware of our enhanced cleaning procedures is a really important step in recovery. We will look for ways to expand how we communicate and reach Edmontonians about our cleaning and disinfecting practices. We recently released a safety video that exemplified customer behaviors recommended by Alberta Health Services to keep everyone safe and healthy on transit. This video helps educate customers on recommended behaviors like physically distancing where possible, frequently disinfecting your hands, wearing a mask, encouraging people to travel off-peak when able. The video also outlines our enhanced cleaning procedures, including the electrostatic sprayers we use daily to disinfect our vehicles before they go into service. Often this spraying and cleaning is done multiple times a day between our peak hours. Riders may also notice a new safety infrastructure while using transit. We've partnered with a local biotech company, Outbreaker Solutions, regarding the installation of the germ-killing push plates on swing doors. And as mentioned earlier, we're implementing antimicrobial seats on our trains. We're supportive of having windows open on our buses to improve airflow, which was another recommendation, and we'll collaborate with our transit industry colleagues about other related enhancements that we may be able to make. ETSAB also recommends connecting with vendors such as Google Maps and Transit App to ensure real-time information is available about which routes are busy. As previously mentioned, we're pleased to confirm that we are and have been partnering with Transit App to provide real-time crowdsourced bus load information for our riders. The Transit App Go feature shows how full a bus is, either in real time or an estimate, based on the past 2 weeks of ridership data. This functionality will help riders plan their trips using buses that are less busy and have more capacity for those interested in physical distancing. We encourage riders to download the Transit App and submit bus load information into that app so that we can all stay safe and healthy. ETSAB also recommends that administration regularly post on social media and use unused ad space to reach more people. ETS agrees with the recommendation and has reviewed an inventory of current ad space to utilize safety messaging in partnership with our advertising contractor and ensure the ad space is used effectively and efficiently. As mentioned on a previous slide, we have our audio announcements being played on buses and trains to also remind people about face covering usage and to strengthen our safety messaging. We've launched a full-scale safety awareness campaign on social media, including, in addition, bus shelters, transit centers, LRT stations, involving both print and digital media and audio files across the system, again, to reinforce those key messages. We can always do more. ETS is currently examining how to place more written materials in transit centers and our LRT stations to improve the frequency of our safety messaging. No transit agency in Canada had a playbook to tell us how to manage through a global pandemic. It's been a year of learning, adapting, improving, and innovating. Transit is a critical component to recovery and an essential service for many, many Edmontonians. We will continue to adapt and be there for people, providing a safe journey to connect people with our great city. Overall, these recommendations are very helpful, and I'm happy to lead the team through this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I can open it up for questions. We've had both presentations. Councillor Henderson, did you select this?
I selected it because it was time specific. It had to be selected.
All right, no need to go first, so I'll go to Councillor Banga.
Thank you so much. And again, thanks to ETSAB for spending all this time in studying this ridership and pandemic situation on our buses, LRTs. My question is, during your discussions, did you guys actually came to a conclusion what the role of an ETS operator should be?
Brian Shepherd here. I don't think we did. That's why we posed the question, what is the role of the transit operator? We were sort of divided. I think we had a lot of discussion about role models, and that's where the masking of, and I'm glad to hear that the transit operators are now wearing masks. Haven't ridden transit in a while, but there was a lot of discussion about role models and the transit operator, and truly an understanding that we didn't really see the transit operators as providing enforcement, and understanding why not. But at the same time, you know, on the bus, they were the only employee, the only ETS employee on the bus, and I know that there isn't a peace officer on every bus.
Okay, and then you guys also discussed the messaging on the buses. In your, I guess, discussions, did you ended up kind of deciding on which is the best method of communication? Is it audio or is it digital signs?
I don't think we landed on. Sorry, Izzy.
Oh no, that's okay. I think we're going to say the same thing. I think it is a variety of methods. Just for convenience, some people just gravitate more towards one mode over the other. But also, if we think of persons with disabilities, we have to keep in mind that a mix of different approaches is I think what we were mostly thinking of. So we couldn't categorically say audio message is the way to go, but rather a mix that approaches all sorts of people in different ways.
Okay, and as you guys presented in your presentation, of course, the feeling of safety on ETS buses, one is due to COVID, and the other one is basically general nuisance some people create. So there could be multiple factors. Which one is the first one to be tackled? Is it the COVID related or is it I guess nuisance related? Some people try to misbehave purposely, and yeah.
Brian Shepherd here. I think that the committee focused on the COVID, the response with regards to COVID. And I think that one thing that it should be mentioned is when we did our research, this was the bulk of the research was done between August and say September of last year. So our final report really was completed by November 1st. And its focus was on purely COVID, not overall safety. We have another committee looking at sort of the safety perspective with regards to physical safety and all of that kind of stuff. But this work was basically with regards to COVID and feeling safe while we're in the midst of the COVID pandemic. Izzy?
Thank you. And I do have a question for administration. So the different actions to protect transit riders and staff. I know there is a constant complaint by union representatives saying that their drivers are not feeling safe. I agree with them, but if the drivers are not feeling safe, operators are not feeling safe, I don't think they could deliver the safety message effectively. Could you tell me what are we doing to address that?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a great question. Over the last, I'm going to say at least 4 months, personally, I've been spending a lot of my time working with my partner colleagues from across the city, including EPS, to implement additional security-related measures to help not just staff, but also riders. So we have a layered approach, and Council approved that framework, I believe it was in 2019. So we've been adding additional security guards to provide surveillance and monitor the environments, the absence of ridership. We have, fewer eyes on the system. So they've been a really critical addition. In addition to that, we've implemented additional transit peace officer patrols, which is also about being proactive, being able to provide support and respond, again, not just to staff, but also to riders. And then EPS, we've also been able to add additional patrols and work with their crime suppression unit. And they've been a great partner in terms of assisting with that proactive work and responding to any incidents. And the fourth tier is really related to community outreach and education. So we have teams that are working within the transit centers to help support and inform people about options and just make them aware, of what to do in the event something should happen. And they've been having tremendous success in having conversations. I believe in one shift they were, connecting with at least 1,400 different people at one location alone. So all of those layers are working together to provide that, extra kind of layer of security support, given, again, this extraordinary time where ridership has been a bit lower.
Thank you. My time's up, and I'll go for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, a couple quick question about, because the one thing that caught me by surprise in this report was just how safe transit was, and in actual fact, there's very little transmission. And that was a new bit of information for me. And I suspect it would be a very new bit of information for most of the public. So, but there was nothing in here about sharing that information, which is a slightly different piece of information than, we're keeping it clean, we're doing, which may actually be ironically undermining that by making it by giving the impression that it's more dangerous than it actually is. So is that part of, maybe first to ETSAB and then to administration, is that part of what we need to put into our messaging? If we actually have numbers that show just how safe it is, should we not be sharing that as well as a message about how clean we're keeping it? So ETSAB first and then admin.
Yeah, certainly. I think, we put this in the report. It isn't directly mentioned in our recommendations, but like you were saying, Councillor, the combination of we are doing these things to, increase safety, but also the feeling of safety, which I think are separate for a lot of people. That's just a human threat perception kind of thing. That combined with we have not seen any numbers that would support that public transit is a huge vector for transmission. I think that would be a good strategy.
Yeah, I think that latter part needs to be part of the messaging, and that we shouldn't undermine that, because that was news to me. Did administration have a thought on that?
Yes, certainly. So we have not had any cases of workplace transmission, which is really, I think, wonderful over the past year. And then in terms of the community, we've not been made aware of any confirmed cases. Having said that, AHS makes that determination, and we didn't want to be too brazen about it in case it just hadn't come back to me. But as far as I know, transit has been extremely safe. Lots of our industry association reports have also indicated nationwide, there has not been, an uptick of COVID cases through transit use.
I think that may be a use, if ridership is a concern, I think that might be a very, very important message to get out there. I mean, I think we were, because a year ago, we were terrified of, walking next to someone outdoors, and I think that's being communicated that that's not as high risk as we thought it was. If there are numbers, I don't think we can make that sort of stuff up, but if we have numbers to show that, I think it might be helpful to share that as well as part of the messaging. Which leads me to my other question is, do we have a sense, in terms of the ridership being down, how much of that is being caused by people who are worried about going on transit, and how much is being caused by the fact that people are just not moving around as much as they were?
I'll assume that's for administration.
Yeah, I think that's probably an administration question. Yeah, sorry.
Nope, excellent. So thank you for that. We've been doing a lot of research, and we've been checking in with riders. And what we find is there is a group of riders that used to use transit that just don't have the travel needs.
Yeah.
So, I'm excited to be out of my house today. Normally, I don't get to leave a lot. So that's one group. There's another group that, they're cautious and perhaps considering coming back, but they haven't taken that leap yet. So that's the group, that I think we have to monitor really, really closely and see what may be holding them back. And then there's actually about 40 to 45% of riders that are still using the system because they need it and it's there for them.
Oh, no, understood. Yeah, no, I'm just curious to know in this effort to try and get more people back onto transit, we can push the safety, and we should. We should make it as safe as we possibly can, and we can get the message out there that it's safe. But I'm wondering how much of the ridership we're going to get back has come back, how much of the ridership needs to travel right now has actually come back, and how much of what we're dealing with are people that are just not needing to travel right now, in which case putting huge efforts into education on safety and things like that around this may not get us much advantage if people are not riding for a different reason. That's why I thought it was worth exploring that. So, but do we have a sense of proportion there?
I'd have to double check. Off the top of my head, I think it's evenly divided across, so I'd say it's probably about 25% thereabouts.
So there is ridership that can be got back if we can convince them that it's safe.
Yeah,
Significant ridership can come back if we can convince them that it's safe.
And we can follow up and share that information with all of you if it's of interest.
Great. Good, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First for ETSAB. You heard administration's response. They certainly have improved over time, the cleanliness and the communication. Do you feel satisfied that your concerns have been met?
Personally, I do. I was pleased to hear of the response from administration. Like I say, our work was undertaken in the August to November timeframe, so this is great. Congratulations and thanks to ETS for work they were already doing. We knew some of this was already underway, but we wanted to reinforce sort of the work and put forward our recommendations are sort of reinforcing what we saw ETS doing, and a lot of it now has come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you. I think they have heard your concerns and they were aware of those, but they've certainly responded. And that leads me to the administration asking a question. We've focused on COVID, but you've been focusing on transit safety overall for some time, I think since, years. I guess, do you have a sense if people are hesitant to get back on transit just because of COVID or because of other concerns? Because I know you're continuing to improve security at stations, things like that.
We've been measuring the COVID-related impacts. We haven't tested the market in terms of general safety and security. I would say, yes, the work has been ongoing at least since 2018, and some of it predated that. When we hear of high-profile, very troubling incidents, such as, incidents involving our Muslim women, I think for everyone it kind of shakes us and probably does, bring to mind the question of, is it safe? So the layering again of all of the different solutions, I think we need to tell our story a bit better and reassure people that we do care and we've been adapting and responding. I have a group of people, it's about 25 of us meeting at least twice a week, monitoring and implementing new actions to just continually monitor that security disorder piece of things and provide support to vulnerable Edmontonians who are in our transit spaces who need, more supportive services. So we're exploring some creative ideas about modeling after a Calgary program. We're doing the research to understand it a bit better, where they have an outreach worker and a TPO on the trains, as an example, providing that proactive early intervention support. So we're looking forward to hearing more about it and understanding if that's something we might be able to use in Edmonton as well.
No, it sounds great, because although COVID has challenges, we had other challenges, and I'm pleased to hear the innovation and how we're continuing to up the game on that work. So thank you ever so much for that, and thank you to EBSAB for highlighting areas of concern, and you've been heard. I feel confident in that. I will go to Councillor Knack next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, just my thanks to everyone on ETSAB for the excellent work on this report. Glad to hear the answers to the questions that you feel that this is absolutely moving us in the direction that the recommendations were intending us to move towards. I think really the only other question I have, and this ties a little bit to the questions that Councillor Esslinger was just asking and then Councillor Banka earlier about that security side. One of the things I find, at least this has been through some of the feedback and correspondence that I get, relates to the perception of the effectiveness of some of those different security measures at our transit stations. So I have received a lot of messages from folks who maybe don't feel that having the security guards there are as effective as other people might be, as a transit peace officer might be, or a member of EPS. So it was encouraging to hear your responses, but I'm wondering how we measure their effectiveness, and then I guess more importantly at this point, how we're trying to communicate that with everyone, and if there's a need to have a bit more of a report on this that can help outline some of the real benefits that you're hopefully seeing through those security measures.
Thank you, Councillor. I think having an opportunity to report on it in a wholesome way would probably be very beneficial and helpful to get our story out there. Security guards have a very distinct role, just like our TPOs do and our police partners. And they all work together, and I consider them my network of security related resources. And we meet as well as a governance group to oversee the results. There's been some really harrowing stories recently of security guards who've intervened with people who are in mental distress, and as an example, standing very close to the train tracks, and could have had a very negative outcome had they not intervened and provided that support. So they have a direct line to our control center, which then enables us to dispatch emergency resources to that specific situation. So they do surveillance and patrolling. They provide support to anyone that's in the facility. They answer a lot of different questions. They are able to guide people and connect them as needed. And they're also, again, reporting into our control center. So the overall reports into control have increased by about 34% as a result of having those guards in place. We've also seen a significant decrease in vandalism and graffiti, mischief-related things. It's upwards of about 50 to 54%, again, as a result of their work. And I think it's even more critical now because ridership has dipped. We need, again, that proactive patrolling and surveillance that normally I would get from having crowds of people in our facilities. It's being offset by having that security guard resource. So the security guard, the transit peace officer, and our EPS partners, they're all working together. We've been able to enhance the levels of all three to try and, again, make sure that everybody feels safe as they're using the network and using transit in our city right now. It's
really helpful. And maybe just over to our cohort from ETSAB. That's really good new information for me, because I feel like I've heard a lot of concerns raised around whether people see value in the different positions, and I'm curious if you're hearing that from the people that you're engaging when it comes to feeling safe in the transit centers.
So for this particular report, we didn't look at that aspect of safety. We do have a separate committee that looked into these things, but I would have to touch base with them again, just because for this report, we focused exclusively on a health and viral transmission aspect of safety. So I don't want to kind of spitball things right now. But you're right. This is very good information that we just learned, and yeah, I will certainly bring that back to the board.
Okay, that's helpful. I think that's, I guess, yeah, and the reason I ask is that, for a little while I was thinking whether, and I know I'm not on this committee, so I wouldn't necessarily do it here, but if there was value in a motion to say, should you reallocate the resources of security guards to transit peace officers? But it does sound like there's value in the security guards from what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and I'm wondering if there's just a way, and I'll maybe see in my last few seconds or while Councillor Banger's on, if there's a way to come up with a way to get that information in a more full way back to council, and then more generally with the public. So I'll think about that over the next little bit and maybe chat with someone else on the committee. Mayor Iveson, I might reach out to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions. Again, I'm going to go back to ETSAB first. And again, in their jurisdictional stand, have you, I know we talked about apps telling which routes are busy and which are not, but planning a trip, especially going to work in the morning, is the fastest way to go from point A to B. In your, I guess, discussions or research, have you found, the route planning different routes to be effective, since human beings are so much creatures of habit?
Right. So I think that's a very interesting question, Councillor. And I think that especially that crowding measure, whether it's crowdsourced or whether that's coming from historical data, I think that can be used as a combination with, for example, increased vehicles in a certain area if it gets really busy. Like you were saying, let's say in the morning rush, you may just be taking the same bus all the time. And if there's no other way, let's say there's not another route for you that's a block away that you can take alternatively, if you were in that situation, you could pick the one that's less crowded at the time. But I think that's where this recommendation really intertwines with the recommendation of increasing the amount of vehicles on a particular route to alleviate congestion. So if you have alternatives to choose from, pick the one that is less crowded as a rider, or if your trip is not time sensitive, then that could be an assessment as well. If you're seeing that in 20 minutes, this route is less busy, it might be worthwhile to shift the trip, which of course isn't possible if you're heading for an appointment or such. But I think that those recommendations should be considered together and not exclusively just based on the rider and the rider making a decision, but also on increasing the frequency or availability of vehicles.
Okay. And again, coming back to administration, is what is the role of an operator as defined by ETS?
Thank you,
what is expected of an operator?
Thank you so much. So we have national occupational standards for that position. We're nationally accredited for delivering the training program. So that operator position is really about safely operating the vehicle, providing customer service, but ultimately, they don't do enforcement. They can inform of requirements. So as an example, they can inform of the requirement to pay the appropriate fare, but we try and minimize the likelihood of any conflict as best we can, while still complying obviously with the requirements of the position. So As you know, and as we've talked about in the past, there are certain kind of risks that come with that position, and sometimes they can be put unnecessarily, I think, in conflicts that can escalate and ultimately lead to operator assaults. You know, we still see approximately about 74 operator assaults per year. One is too many, let alone having a number that high. So I'm just very sensitive to their role and what we expect of them. Certainly comfortable, and this is industry-wide, again, with them informing people of requirements, but it's not their role to do any further enforcement. They would need to contact control and get a TPO or an inspector out to help them if something escalated.
Okay. Are they provided any kind of training to recognize if a trouble been brewing, and so that, you know, they can start summon for help before actually something takes place?
Absolutely, they do. So in 2018, Council funded a continuous training program for that operator position. So the first priority for us was training them on, this is material from the Canadian Transit Association around managing difficult and dangerous situations, and that's exactly what it's about. So it's about de-escalating, understanding at what point you need to, contact the control center for assistance, and just how to navigate through those tricky situations.
Well, thank you. My time is almost up, and I see Mayor Iveson waiting eagerly.
Well, let's turn to him. Mayor Iveson.
Well, thank you first to ETSAB for the research and the very thoughtful report and the perspective. You've left me with no questions on your presentation, which please take that as my compliments for your thoroughness. For Ms. Hunt McDonald, the first question I have is around sort of overall cleanliness of the system. And I know we've been doing a lot of deep cleaning related to hygiene, which I think is of critical importance and can't be reinforced enough for all the reasons that we've heard from ETSAB. But I think with respect to more cleanliness from a perspective of order and tidiness, which I think is just as important in terms of perception. From your perspective, how are we doing on that? And are there plans to, sort of spring clean the system at all, particularly some of the LRT stations and other areas that have, to me at least, appear a little the worse for wear?
Thank you for that observation and question. So I think we have to unpack it a little bit. We do daily disinfecting cleaning, sometimes multiple times a day. When looking at root causes of perhaps some of the condition, some of those facilities, we are seeing some disorder. I think we're seeing some issues where, and it speaks to what you've been talking about for a long time, people not really having a good place to go to, so they're using our facilities. And is that really what they're intended for? Does it provide the right amenities? It doesn't. And I think, I'm trying to be careful in navigating how do we keep it clean, how do we keep it safe, and still respect the dignity of those that are in the space, but connecting them, to other options and supports. So, yes, I'd love to say let's do that, deep spring cleaning on a regular basis. But I think first we have to look at the root causes of why we're seeing some of those issues and get that addressed first, and then we can look at even further enhancements on the extensive cleaning protocols that we currently have in place.
Well, I appreciate the systems thinking behind your answer there, and I think we're on the same page. So thank you for that. I think nonetheless that there may be value in thinking about, and I've talked with the city manager about this a little bit as a COVID recovery exercise. Blitzing the system might be worth thinking about. I'm not going to bring a motion proposing that necessarily today, but I think if additional resources are called for to do that, but that can accelerate the resumption of ridership in accordance with vaccination, it's something worth considering, I think. So that's less a question, though, more a thought. The other question I have is building a bit on what Councillor Knack was saying, and really in light of some of the feedback we've had from people, particularly Muslim women of color on the system, and their feedback directly to me and through organizations speaking for them about perceived safety on the system. I know our peace officers and security officers and operators and police and everybody else who's in the system on the city's behalf is committed to safety. But in terms of deployment and optimizing, right-sizing the allocation of peace officers and any contracted resources, Councillor Knack had suggested some wording, and which I threw in the chat. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that yet. But in general terms, if we propose a motion asking for reporting back on that, how long would you need, or what would that fit into any other operational reviews or work that you're doing?
It aligns perfectly. Again, I've got a group of people, including some of our social agency partners too, working on this. So I think we could turn that around really quickly. I think within 6 weeks, we could come back with a really thorough report addressing exactly what you're looking for.
Oh, outstanding. Then, Madam Chair, I would at this time move that, and this is in consultation with Councillor Knack, who started the thinking, that administration provided information report on the effectiveness of the current transit center security measures. This report to include 1, measures used to monitor the performance of transit security guards and transit peace officers, and 2, any enhancements currently under consideration to improve the safety of transit riders at our transit centers. And then perhaps just to speak to it quickly, you know, I think we have resources deployed today, and people who are working very hard on this on the city's behalf over a very spread out system, but using the best of intelligence to deploy people to trouble spots. And so that's why reporting of issues is so critical from our public to aid in the deployment of resources. In terms of standby resources in the form of contracted security, it occurs to me, and this might be worth looking at, building on our conversation about systemic responses, is that, you know, I think the library may actually have a bit to teach us about this, because vulnerable people also have used the library for many years as a gathering place, and their different library systems have had different responses to that. Some have spent a lot more money on security. Others have used the money they might have spent on security, actually bringing social services and referral agencies to vulnerable people at the library, reaching them where they are, as it were. And so that may be, I heard a hint of that in Ms. Houghton McDonald's answer, which is encouraging. And so I would be very open to thinking about the optimization of these resources, including bringing folks into the system to support vulnerable people and assist with their referral to agencies. And that may lighten the load on the other folks who are there to maintain order and cleanliness on the system, respectively. So 6 weeks is a tight turnaround. I was going to be happy with 12, but if you're looking at this anyway, I think no time like early May for a sort of spring cleaning and safety story, good news story on transit, hopefully to coincide with mass vaccination ramping up. So that works for me, and I'm happy to take any questions on the motion.
Thank you. So the motion has been moved. I don't have any particular questions on the motions. I would like to speak to it. I think this is really actually important work. I've heard from many women a little bit discomforted with thinking that there'll be now more security guards. And they said, that doesn't make me feel safe. And I think it's that what I had heard today was the compliment that you had you had peace officers, police officers, security guards, and maybe there is a fourth option, and maybe that's some of the work I think that you're looking at you may consider. You talked about the Calgary example, and I'm very interested in that. And now just to you, Ms. Houghton, is that what you're thinking may come back with using some of a different combination of people?
Yes, so we're actively working on it, and we're putting together a proposal. I think addressing some of what you're describing and some of what the mayor described, we completely agree, and needing that outreach support, needing the support workers, working again with our social agency partners, and bringing them, and they've been at the table with us and just lovely to work through this with, and we're really excited about what we've been hearing from Calgary. And I think over the next, probably 2 weeks, we'll have those details ironed out. And I think it's a really excellent opportunity to pilot something innovative and just be able to provide the tangible support that people need.
Thank you. And I've heard it would be important to make sure that we have gender represented and different vulnerabilities represented in that complement as well. Because I think people feel safer when they see themselves represented. So really appreciate the motion, and I think our goal has been to make transit safer, and if this allows us to get to the right mix, the right blend, I think it's awesome. I see Councillor Banga would like to speak to it as well, or perhaps questions?
No, just quickly speaking to it, please, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, again, just looking at this motion, yeah, it's a great start, and obviously we've been getting calls from a lot of folks about women of color, especially suffering those incidents throughout Edmonton, and it is concerning for a lot of folks, especially on transit. And a couple of those incidents that I guess did happen on the south side at a transit center. And this will be a good indicator for all of us to find out, see our resources that we deployed are doing a fantastic job. I am pretty sure they're doing a wonderful job, but it would be refreshing to hear once all this analysis come back, and I'm very grateful for this motion, and awaiting to hear back on May 11th. That's even sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly again, just first, thanks to ETSAB for the excellent work on their report and recognizing that their report's a little more focused on the COVID side, which this motion goes a little outside of that. But appreciate all the work, and the reason, as I think Mayor Iveson mentioned earlier, didn't really have any questions for you because the report was thorough and we heard that ETS is doing that work. So the system works. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. On this, again, just thanks for the consideration. This is similar to some of the previous speakers. I have heard quite a number of people express concern around the right allocation of security resources and what's providing them the best value to feel truly safe when people are in our transit centers. And, I was encouraged by the responses I already heard today, and I have a lot of faith in Ms. Houghton-McDonald that if you feel there's great value, that's the most important thing. And then let's just get that communicated and really show people what's happening with that. I was originally sort of thinking about it, as mentioned earlier, a motion that just says, hey, can we just redirect those resources to transit peace officers? But truly, if there is a place for that role, and there's a way that will help advance our goals of creating safe spaces in our transit centers, then even better. So thanks for being willing to put this report together in such a short amount of time, recognizing the work's already happening, and then hopefully we can communicate that to everyone. And likewise, all of the information that was just shared as part of this report from ETSAB, getting people out and about and getting people back on transit. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Henderson.
Well, just a thought and an observation. It strikes me that this also speaks to reports that are going to be coming to Community Services Committee tomorrow. There are links here with some of those around, it's the flip side of the enforcement piece. those reports that also go back to some of our transit security and transit officers and the way they're operating. So I really just flag it as a way of, I don't know who's doing those presentations tomorrow, but you're going to be sitting in front of well, Councillor Knack, you'll be there. But I do think a link through to that discussion and knowledge of what this motion exists may be useful as part of that discussion. Because I think they go together in an interesting kind of way. So I just wanted to flag that.
Thank you. And now I have Mayor Iveson to close.
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add, but I think Councillor Henderson's point just now is very, very well taken, and I look forward to that discussion tomorrow. Big thanks to ETSAB for your thoughtful comments and your eye on the system. You know, lots of people don't have need of transit right now because they're working from home or have chosen to make other choices under these extraordinary circumstances. But many people don't have that choice. And some folks have chosen to stick by the system because they believe in it and they trust in the cleanliness and the messaging and the professionalism of the people there. And you represent, you know, a fine balance of that loyalty to the system as well as commitment as sort of secret shoppers to make it the best system it can be. And so I've always appreciated your input on these matters. Please pass my thanks to your colleagues and to Councillor Knack as well, who is your liaison, well aware of this and brought the motion wording concept forward. So thanks to him as well for being in that category. I have chosen to use the system several times throughout the pandemic, both the train and the bus, to have a sense of, well, partly to thank operators and staff for working on the front lines during very difficult circumstances, but also just to have a clear sense of what the system looks like, what the experience of people is. And I think it's important for us to do that as leaders, to understand the system. And I'm just grateful for the cleaning, the care, the service, the clear communication that's been posted, the compassionate approach to trying to work with people, and then firmness where required, with issues of compliance around masking. So that's led to a very high rate of compliance, which is positive, and I think will help us. Has helped us maintain relatively decent ridership, considering and relative to other cities. So I think this is a good news story, and we want to pivot off that into a rapid rebound for the system for reasons of the city plan, reasons of labor mobility, reasons of customer satisfaction and loyalty. So all valid considerations before us here today. And I think this question of optimization of our security and monitoring resources is very timely. I think there were questions about this before that had come to me from members of the public as well. So I'm glad we're looking at this, and I appreciate the quick turnaround on it. And again, I think this question of intervention versus prevention and getting vulnerable people resources and access to services other than, you know, last resort sheltering in transit stations, which we had determined after a couple of years of attempts in the cold weather, which we'll also be talking about tomorrow, is not the most dignified or appropriate place for people to shelter. And that really speaks to other gaps in the system, which we are fighting like hell to try to fill and aren't going to solve here with reallocation of these resources, but it is a piece of the puzzle. So really grateful to have transit leadership versed in those questions and working in an integrated way with the executive leadership team on these tough questions. So thank you, and of course I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. With that, I will call the question. Please vote on the motion.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Sorry, it's spinning. Yes.
That's all the votes.
And display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So that would cover off 6.2 and 6.3.
Just
do I need to
6.3 if we
receive?
can do
I'll move to
6.2.
receive 6.3 for information.
Okay, is 6.3 you're receiving because that's the verbal response?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm moving to receive it for information, correct? Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving to receive 6.3.
Yes, Madam Clerk, or Madam Chair.
Please vote. Please vote. I'm a yes.
And Councillor Banga? We have all the votes.
And display the vote. And that too is carried. Thank you very much. So we've finished our agenda, and I'll look for any notices of motion. Seeing none, we are